Well, I mean, it'll still be good as long as you don't some like I said, it's kind of a
Is they don't want you, or they out there?
Really good. Joe. Yep. We got a couple shout outs. It's like, no, it was like, biggest point. Don't let your robot break. Marcella, was your robot cool?
hey, Kayla.
Was it super awesome? You're like, did you have a great time? Yeah. Why is that? Because we did well. Exactly.
Yes.
What ultimate robot is this?
Do you have a cool robot? You can do all the things. Could you marry it? Is it most important robot? You can drive, you can win.
Yeah, get out of here. God.
Come on, Tate.
Or stay, whatever you want to do.
Robots and me.
You can leave the robots. I may or may not play with them.
All right, so we don't have a presentation. It's not really well listed on this, but our idea for this session was more of a round table to see how teams go about picking drive teams. And
Drive teams and structuring their team.
Yeah,
Like,
structuring.
do you have a team captain? Do you have like a build team? Like, what kind of, what do you have? What do you do? So we are the coaches of Big Lake, Spud Inc., 6709, 67. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get it out of your system now. And we have been coaching for a couple years. And the students kind of just picked their own drive team and kind of did their own thing. And so now this year we have a lot of new faces, young kids. So we're trying to figure out how to structure a drive team. Do you have like tryouts? I know some people do tryouts, some people, I don't know, do things. So if you want to like tell me who you are and where you're from and maybe how your team operates, I don't know. I'm gonna throw it on you guys to look at that guy in the back. He's like, wait a minute, that is not why I came to this class.
I'm Josh, I'm new. Orange Crush Robotics out of Delano. My son just got involved with robotics last year at FRC. And so I'm just trying to gather knowledge. I think our team, we kind of, from what I understand, have a discussion with the different students that are involved and observe and see kind of where their interests lie, and try to give everyone a chance to try each different modality. But then when it comes time to pick the teams, that's when it gets a little bit more tricky. Like, well, you're very skilled in this area, maybe next year you'll have an opportunity to try a drive team as things go on. But we have a lot of turnover too, so we lost like 5 seniors last year.
Yeah,
we lost 7.
Oh, wow.
So
we are starting kind of fresh. CIS, how do you guys do yours?
For drive team or
like drive team, and then like your structure, like what captains do you have? What different?
So for drive team, usually we have a lot of like drive practices during the summer to try and gauge for off-season events, and then we rotate through trying to see who performs best under pressure, and then we kind of do tryouts at the start of the season once we have a drivable robot, and then usually we pick our drivers by first week 0.
How do you pick your drivers? Like, is there a process?
So, well, it's usually just how well they work together.
Okay. Who's in it? Who's like putting it all in? And
Basically, how much time you put in.
who ultimately makes the call on who the driver is?
That would be Joe and Eric. So
So they do. So does the coaches or mentors which make the ultimate decision?
usually there's a couple more people, but they make the final decision.
Okay.
And then, am I correct in saying that they give you guys a test on all the rules and stuff? And
Yeah.
you have to pass it?
So on kickoff, we do our game manual reading, which usually takes a few hours, and then at the end of that, our strategy lead, so whoever that is, makes a test, or we take Stitcher's circuits test, and then we just have everybody take it to make sure they understand it, just all the new regulations.
So Citrus Circuits puts out the test?
They usually have it out just a couple hours after game is released.
Nice. Good to know. Anybody else have any insight?
And here's a question, has anybody here been on a drive team before, or how many people here are new? Let's ask that. How many people is FRC new to?
It's what?
New,
It's new.
like first year, yeah.
Okay, good, so we got kind of,
That's the first time I went to this.
First, yeah, okay.
okay. What was your question? Or what is- Oh, so, anybody been a part of the drive team picking before? So Monticello, do you want to maybe give us a little bit of a glimpse of what you folks did for picking your drive team?
Well, we had a really small programming team, and there was two that worked really well together. We gave them practice with driving our own robot. They didn't really have to do much talking, and it was telepathic in a way. So those two ended up being our drivers, and they, well, got us to where we are.
Yeah, so ultimately, we did go with programmers because they were the ones who knew everything about the robot the best, from each individual moving part to which auto they're going to use. I mean, they made it, and so they know how it works. And then from there, I mean, our two drivers, they work so well together, and they just got to the point where, like you said, they didn't even need to talk. They knew what to do in each situation, and they just did it perfectly. And so we just kind of let them do their thing just because they did it better than anyone else could.
For the rest of our team structure, there's some who are like all over the place, do everything. There's some who are in set places. Like our media, she is only wanting to do the media, and like me and Jory were kind of all over the place.
I'd say our team kind of organically picked our drivers as well. So my experience the last 2 years is it's just like that. Usually we have one programmer on the team, and usually ends up being one build person that's on the team. So the programmers just know the button patterns better because they programmed it. So when it comes down to crunch, we haven't had time to really, or I guess for us, we didn't really have time to run drills and have people practice. It came down to who knew how to do it. So it wasn't an ideal thing because maybe the person that was doing it wasn't so comfortable with the pressure of the situation. They made it work, and they did good, and it took them a while, but it really took them a long time to get comfortable with driving, to get comfortable with the stress of a competition or the stress of a match. So, we're really hoping this year that we can get that jump ahead and have people ready to go that know what they're getting into and will be more comfortable in that situation. So, but yeah, like I said, we usually ended up with a programmer who knew the autos, knew all the buttons that they programmed. And then our build team usually, because they're moving the robot around and they are more familiar with the mechanicals of it, so they usually know better when something doesn't seem to be working right. They can say, hey, stop, we have a problem. And also, because they are the more senior of the group, ones that have worked on it the most, so. Like I said, we
just had
have,
some, somebody 28's graced us with their presence, but we're just talking about, drive team. How do you structure your drive team? How do you pick who's gonna be on the drive team? Do any of you have insight on that at all?
Yeah. So I've been on the drive team for the past 2 years, including this year. So I'm the driver. We kind of pick the roles based on really whoever shows up the most and who has the most skill in a certain aspect. So if we have someone who's consistently showing up to practice and they're practicing the human player role over and over again, they're generally going to get that role. So it's mostly just game time decisions, not really like a designated, this is your tryout day, you're going to either be a human player or not a human player. But yeah, other than that, we don't really have much decision process. For other members of the drive team, usually it's just, in the past, we haven't done what we should be doing. What we should be doing is having like a new generation every 4 years. So usually we'll have a freshman driver that goes all the way up to their senior year, so they have the most amount of experience by the end of that. And then by then, a new freshman will be coming up, and we will have a continuous role of experienced drivers. So what in the past we've done is kind of had a junior who wants to be a driver, and then you'll have a senior who's graduating, and then it'll kind of flop over and over again, which is good because that junior usually knows how FRC works and how the games work. So yeah, that's kind of how we do it. Technician, it's kind of whoever knows the most about the robot. And we usually never run an operator from last year onward. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
so that does bring a good point. So is it, those of you who have experience with the drive teams and year over year, do you often find that you're sticking with the same people for a couple of years and then, like, I don't want to say forcing, but basically forcing the new set to come in? That's kind of like what it sounds like you said where you go about 4 years.
Something that we're working on doing with our drivers is getting our freshmen, like, getting into that, having them know what's going on, so that when we graduate, our drivers, the next generation can just keep on going. And a little tip, always have backup drivers. So whether you do pick it through the same process you picked your other ones, or they volunteer for it, it's always good, because we've had drivers who were sick or couldn't make it due to prior commitments, and it's always good to have a backup.
Yeah, we had kind of a day where we sat everyone on the team down and we gave them the computer completely turned off. Basically said, so we had shown everyone how to do the whole getting everything set up, connect to the robot, drive, and then individually we were like, okay, turn on the robot, turn on the computer. You should know the password. You should be able to open up the programs that you need to open up, know how to connect. So just running through the steps individually, so that in the case of someone being gone, someone can fill in, and it's not like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Something that Ben, you said was with how you have one programmer and one builder. That is nice too. If you guys have both programmer and builders, if there's like a media person who's a builder too, and they're by the field and they can tell like, hey, something's wrong, or in our case, our drive coach or is our build captain too. Having that, someone who's on the build team nearby is always good to have.
What does your drive coach need to know how to do? What to do? Because we lost ours, and he knew the game up, down, left, and right. So we're gonna, and like CIS has what's it? His name's escaping me.
Eric McCullough.
Eric.
Yeah.
Eric is always your drive coach. Who was a mentor.
He's been our drive coach.
Okay.
Because up until, I'm not sure who was there before like 2019, but then up until 2022 was Ryan Swanson's last year. And then we had.
So yours is always mentor run, not student run for the drive coach?
Well,
Yours
Eli
is
had it
We do that
in
too.
2023. And Eli had it 23 and 24. And then it went back to Eric McCall.
Out of curiosity, how many students, or how many teams have students as their drive coach?
I know we did until like last year, where the drive coach had graduated the year before. So like he had been on, yeah, he just became a mentor, and he was the drive coach the year before, or his senior year. So he just took over that role again, but like I said, now he's gone, he's going to college now, so he's out, and so we're trying to figure out, do we go the route of a mentor drive coach, or do we try to push a student to take on that responsibility?
Personally, I mean, I'm only a second-year coach. I knew nothing last year, like nothing. I just feel the kids need to do it, and like this is student-run. The kids need to be building. The kids need to be programming. I think the kids should have the privilege of being on the field.
So, and that was one of the questions that first came to my mind when I always thought that it had to be a student. So when I saw like Eric out there, I was like, my first thought was like, wait, is that allowed? And then it makes me question, like, is it fair? You guys do other teams, do you feel that it's fair that a mentor's out there? Or is it, does that not really bother anybody and they're okay with either being a mentor or a student? Does anybody have like a strong opinion one way or another?
I mean, honestly, last year, and we had a big issue with a lot of the adult coaches come and talking to our kids, and it almost felt like they were pushing our kids to do something that they didn't want to do. Like, they were like, we need you to do defense. And they're like, but we don't want to do defense. Like, this is what we do. And so that's where it was very frustrating because we're like, no, we can do this really good. Like, you know, and so I think that's where the frustration is where they feel like with the kids, they can actually talk about it, and with the student coaches, but with the adults, they almost feel like it's being pushed on them. And so I've always, we're from St. Francis, team 7068, we've always had a student coach. I said this is a student-led thing. I tell all my mentors, I said we can give them as much feedback and helpful as tips as possible, but we've always liked it for the students to get it. And I mean, we've really, you know, we help them as much as we can, but they're on the field. It's their thing. They should take pride in this, and that's always been our thing. So we have some strong mentors that have really reflected back at me about that, and I get it. I just don't know the good way about it. But yeah, I'm very strongly supportive that it should be a student thing. But I mean, it is a student-led thing. So.
That's kind of the exact reason why we have an adult drive coach, is because we can't prevent other teams from having a adult drive coach. So we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we're getting pressured by another team to do something. If we have an adult, generally they're more developed and they're able to stand their ground in an argument like that. So students are more likely to get pressured into something. So we try and limit the capability of that happening by having a
I think it's intimidation too, though, for a lot of the students that are the student coaches. They almost feel intimidated by the adults, like, oh, we need you, you know. I think most of the kids are willing to, like, you know, obviously it's cooperation and they're working together, but it's almost intimidating too. And so that's where it's like, where's that good measure? And you know, where can we come together to make it really work comfortably for everybody?
Yeah. So to take kind of both sides here into account, I would say if you are going to have an adult mentor, you got to let them know, or you have to make sure that they understand that you're an adult. You, by nature, have more like command, and you need to make sure that when you are communicating with these teams, you are not forcing them into something. That you are speaking for your team, not commanding their teams. So
I think sometimes as adults too, we forget, or at least I do anyway, I guess I won't speak for anybody else, that you guys are still teenagers and that you don't have a lot of those life skills and experiences that we do. But I a lot of times will assume that you do because I forget you're a teenager. And so that comes to play too. So I'm firm, like, advocate for yourself. If your robot is not built to do defense, you just stand your ground and say, no, 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 we cannot. I love that you trust us and want us to do that, but our robot does not do that well. Because A, you don't want to ruin your robot, right? And B, I don't have a B, I'm sorry. I'm not done with my caffeine yet. I usually wake up around 10 o'clock, so probably still laying in bed about this time watching, I don't know, some show. No, just kidding.
I guess too, something too, like I said, is I know that at this age, a lot of you don't really have all the most confidence in yourself to speak up for yourself. And being on a drive team, that's going to be very important, especially if you're a drive coach, because you have to have the confidence to speak for what's best for your team.
So I'm gonna put Monticello on the spot real quick.
He's
I'm gonna
had
put
something
Monticello
to
on
say
the
for
spot
last
next
time.
after Emmett. So go ahead.
I was just gonna say that the way we run it with our drive coach, he's not like in our drive meetings, so he's not pushing for it.
Yep.
But
Okay.
so we usually have our driver and a strategy person who's usually also on drive team.
Okay.
So like I was trained in by my brother last year. We ran it, and then our drive coach in match 2, he kind of just gives score and time callouts, and then kind of just updates other teams. It's not really as
So he's not
He's
really
not aggressive.
telling
Not
you what
aggressive.
to do
Yeah.
as much as he
kind of just lets us run.
the ear behind you, giving you the time so that you don't have to look up and see. So more of a supportive instead of a commanding.
Because there are definitely those that can make a
Yes.
you guys
Yes.
in competition, it's like, whoa.
Yep.
I almost feel like first needs to
Yeah.
And
solidify
It
that.
does make me nervous when I see adult mentors out there on the field. It's like, because we went into a match last year, one of our competitions, where they made us play defense, and it was like, boy, it was a horrible idea. We're not a good defense.
So that's where I was gonna put Monticello on the spot. They went to North Dakota last year with a kit bot. Their first year was last year building this new team, correct? And so they ended up getting what, third, second, fourth, sixth? Well, like before
What
you
alliance
picked
are we in?
alliances.
I think we're Alliance Captain 6.
Like,
Captain 6, okay, and so.
Wait. You were dead last previous year.
Yes, yeah.
That's important to know.
With this little kit bot, they did amazing, but then they pick their teams, get into the playoffs, or yeah, that, I'm not awake. And then I noticed you guys were playing defense a lot. Well, we were kind of like, texting back and forth, and
I think I remember.
did you feel not bullied into it, pressured into it? Did you, how did that go down? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Obviously, it was our rebuilding season. We did not expect to be in the top 10, and so
Or top 3 corners.
so when it came to picking teams, we hadn't even thought about starting to put on a pick list because we didn't think we were gonna get to that point. And so when you're on the pick, or when you're an alliance captain, you get to pick teams that you're gonna work well with. But because we're just a little kit bot, I mean, the robots were a lot cooler than ours. And so, honestly, even though we were the alliance captain, we let the robots that could perform better than we could kind of take the lead, and we just wanted to support them the best. But we also wanted to just, it's our robot, it's our competition too, and so we're kind of stuck in the middle. It's like we want to be out there scoring points, but our team wants us to play defense because we don't want to be in their way because they're going to be scoring a lot more points than us. And so we ended up for at least one of them playing defense, and then after that we're like, well, I mean, we're just going to score points because we know what we can do, and we can work around them. We're not going to be in the way. Plus, they were going for L2, L3, L4. We were just L1. And so it ended up working out. But just figuring out if you're going to be in the way and how your team's going to work best.
And as drive coach, when you're like queuing up, that's the perfect time to go talk with especially for qualifications, go talk with the other teams, go talk with their drivers, figure out who's where for lineup, where are you guys, what's the plan, and what roles everyone's doing. Because otherwise you're going to get on that field and you're not going to know what to do, and you're going to get in everybody's way.
Wired Up, do you have any, is this your first year?
This is my first year. I've driven this about once. I don't know much.
Okay, well, that's awesome.
You know more than I did, so you're good.
Right? You probably know more than I do. I just am here.
Yes.
How about, you guys are from,
Swanville, 7677.
okay, cool. And this is your first year as well? On the team?
I joined late last year. I joined like mid-January.
Oh, okay.
So
You as well?
I've been on the team. This will be my 5th year.
Oh, okay. So do you have any insight into like how your team does, like the drive team and?
Last year we lost one of our drivers to graduating,
Mhm.
and then the other driver from last year is taking over. And we just have to find another driver who works really well with him.
At this point, does anybody have any questions that they came into this hoping to get answered?
Mine's like going away from drive.
Totally fine. Yeah, this is like,
This is not structured in any way.
clearly.
Okay, I don't want to go off the agenda. So like they said, we were rebuilding last year, completely rebuilding, small team. We had a senior, it was her first year on the team, but she was awesome. She just kind of designated roles to everybody, and she did a great job. She picked everybody perfectly. How do we move forward from there? How do you guys choose your captains? How do you choose your build leads? How do you choose?
So with our team, we have 40 people on our team, so we have a pretty large team. So we try and divide everyone into their own subcategories. We have our things that we call platoons. So we have a build platoon, control systems, which is electrical and programming, outreach platoon, CAD platoon, what? Design platoon, yeah. Design CAD. So we really try and figure out the interests of everyone before the season starts, and then we have them kind of in their own groups. Honestly, the groups don't really mean anything. It's just kind of what you're good at and what you want to do. Before the season starts, we get all the captains come together and we make prototyping groups for everyone, kind of trying to divide all of the skills of everyone up equally into groups that we can use to prototype well. You brought up a good point. Captains, you also mentioned it. The way that we pick captains is not based off of skill or seniority. It is based off who is a good representative of what our team values. So this year we have 5 captains, I believe. Past year we had 4, and then the year before that we had 2, and then 1, 1, 1. So we've steadily increased our captains, trying to, I guess, reach more people so the people who are newer to the team can actually relate to a captain. Because in the past, it hasn't really been a good representative of the team. They have been good representatives, sorry, that was kind of harsh. But it's not just because they're skilled, it's because they're a good leader and they know how to handle people and get through situations like a robotics season.
So do the students choose that? Are there like interviews? Do the captains choose it?
Yep.
How do you guys go about that?
So this past year we have done a interview day where whoever wants to be a captain can interview. And I think this year 6 applied, 5 made it, so.
Interview.
Yeah, they interview with the coaches. Sorry, I didn't specify that. So it's not really student-led in that aspect. The mentorship, or not mentorship, coaches of the team, they decide who they think are the best leaders of the team. Yep.
So then, if you have 5 captains, how many students is that? Like, what's the ratio?
So we have about 40 students. We had 40 students last year. I think it was actually 39, but 40 around this year. So it's about 5 students per captain.
Okay.
Doesn't really mean anything in particular, how many students per captain. It's just really whoever the newer people or anyone who's not a captain can relate to a captain. That's our goal, trying to make a safe, comfortable environment for the people who are new to this.
Also for that, we do student mentors for rookies. So you'll have an experienced member of your platoon kind of show you how to do it for your rookie season and what it's all about, and they'll show you their processes and how they do everything.
Not that you necessarily need to spend your first year at large. You just have someone to go to ask questions and
Push you in the right direction.
yeah, push you in the right direction. So then, like I was a rookie last year. I was assigned to our CAD lead, and I was able to ask him questions, but he wasn't necessarily teaching me, or he wasn't necessarily holding me back. So I was able to do a lot of CAD, but also ask him questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would also like to clarify that we do have a flat hierarchy on our team, so no one is technically above anyone. It's just, hey, you're good at leading a team, you are called a captain. We don't have any team leads either, so if someone's really good at CAD, they're still technically on the same power level as someone who is brand new to CAD. Like Merrick kind of mentioned, he said, oh, our CAD lead, we don't have CAD leads or any type of build lead, electrical lead, anything like that. It's just technically, it's easier to look at it like, oh, this person has been here, we call them the CAD lead. But yeah, we don't have a hierarchical form of our team.
Okay.
Because we've also found that things like that kind of oppress newer people to the team. Like, if it was my first year on build and I have an idea, but our build lead, who has a role called build lead, I'm like kind of scared to talk to him. I'm like, hey, I think I have a good idea, but you are really pushing this idea. I'm not going to get my idea out the same strength as he is.
Okay.
So I really recommend having a flat hierarchy.
How do you let everybody get their ideas out and come to a consensus on, because
So
we struggle with that too, where they're like, nope,
Yeah.
we're gonna do our idea, and you're just like,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, we also have a system where it's not a vote, it is a informed decision where everyone gets to equally announce their ideas. In the beginning of the season, we all get in a room together and everyone gets their own sheet of paper and they're like, hey, I think this is a good idea for the season for a prototype or something. So, and then we give everyone a chance to spotlight their idea on like one of those little tiny cameras that we present to the whole room. So we try and make everything as equal as possible for everyone.
Another big thing is proof of concept. If you have an idea and prototype it. Because an idea on paper, there's things you don't think of sometimes. So you always have to prototype. If prototypes look really good, then that's where you kind of get the team together and make decisions. If there's two prototypes that look really good, and then make a decision with the whole team. Yep.
I know we struggle on our team because, like I said, we came into this about 3 years ago. This will be a third year of coaching. The previous coach was doing it herself. She was way overwhelmed, so she put a lot of responsibility on the students. So they made it their program. They had captains, leads, and underleads, basically. And those captains basically called the shots. They ran everything. And we sat there and going, okay, I want you, like, would literally take the students and go, I'd like you to try and teach these students, like, even if you just talk about what you're doing, there's this like, oh, fine. And then
I don't know how to
kind
teach.
of-
I don't know how to teach.
And then it just kind of like, they would start it for about 5 minutes and then just kind of put their back to them and keep working, and it's just kind of, oh, what's going on over here? So it's like, it just fell apart immediately. So we've been trying to restructure it. We have it now to where it's like, we just have general needs so that it's somebody who has the most information, kind of like the mentor of the group, but still called the lead, and I don't know if I like that idea. So.
Going off of that, something that I know our team does is if you're all like troubleshooting something and someone offers an idea, and let's say you've tried that or you know it won't work because of previous experience, instead of saying just, no, that won't work, just like, we always like to say, no, that won't work, we already tried this, and this didn't work, then we tried this, that didn't work. To explain why it's wrong, and then that will help them not feel like they did something wrong or they're being neglected.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of our older students who are in these lead positions have been in it for years, and they were from that old mentality of, well, we're in control. So it's like, well, what about this way? I don't like that. What about, like, okay, well, can you explain why it wasn't good? It's just bad. It's like, okay. It's like, that doesn't help anybody, thank you. So, like, and we have 7th through 12th grade in ours, so we have middle schoolers who come. And it's like, can you imagine in middle school, like 7th grade, coming into something like this and trying to understand how to wire up a motor, and the person who's telling you is running through it fast because they just want to get it done. And it's like, well, okay, did you learn anything? Red and black. It's like, cool. That didn't work. So, yeah, we're because of this situation, we have decided to create a kitbot team on our team that is all middle schoolers and new students, so that they can build the kitbot, follow instructions, get an understanding for the way this thing goes together without having to know how it goes together. And it worked really well for us last year, and we're going to try and expand on that this year to be like, when you're done with the kitbot, I want you to design your own competition bot, and let's see if you can build it. You know, because now you got an understanding. Now let's take the rest of the tools, go CAD, go do something like go CAD something up, research some new products, and see what you can do. I'm curious on this side of the room, is there anybody who wants to talk about the structure of their team? Like, you guys, do you have leads, captains? Do you, everybody have one playing field?
We do have one team captain as of right now, and then I'll take over for winter season.
Okay. So you kind of do a rotating captain?
Yeah,
or is it just like they're done and now you're taking on that role?
Well, I don't do fall robotics.
Okay.
So the person with the most experience on the fall robotics team will take the captain, and then once I come for winter, then I'll come for a captain, then I'll probably make them co-captain.
So when you say fall robotics, is that like FTC? Or do you
Or it's
guys-
like off-season events?
Off-season, yeah.
Off-season, okay, cool. How about you over there?
As for my team, so last year was our first year from coming back from like a long break since like 2022, so basically like a little bit after COVID. And so far, we have 2 co-captains on our team, so me and another one of my teammates. I guess since we're new, was it like my mentor kind of like decided based off like who had the most involvement last year.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that was basically for us.
So your mentor picked the direct team,
Uh,
the co-captains or whatever.
I guess in a way we don't specifically have like a captain for like drive team. It's just like I think we're gonna plan to like once we're done programming our drive train, we will probably hold like a little testing drivings and see who's good at it and just go from there.
How many people do you have on your team?
On a good day, we'll say maybe around like 12.
Okay.
How about your team? How many are on your team?
I think like 11 or 12 in total. Usually there's like 8 every day or whatever.
Yeah. So we used to average around 20 to 25 students, but this year we're down to like 15. So that was the other reason we had to change our structure was, it's like, oh, we have a marketing team, but that's just one person. And that person didn't do anything. So it was like,
I'm the marketing.
so it was like, hey, can you create a flyer for this event coming up? The night before the event, we were creating the flyer because he didn't do it. And it was like, oh. So it was like, we sat there and went, I think it was last year, we're like, all these teams, this doesn't work for us. We don't have enough people to put on these teams. And the people who are doing these, there's like just one person doing it, and they think that that's all they do. That was the other problem we had, is people thought that that's all they do. Okay, I'm the marketing, that's all I do. Well, no, there's other stuff that needs to be done. You're just the one that's supposed to do that stuff too. So it's like when you have your own thing. So we really struggled with that, and that's actually why we changed our structure to be like, we just have a business captain on it because our business team is quite small. So we just have actually it's 2 co-captains this year.
Yeah,
And they're new students.
they don't.
So no, so we have 2 co-captains this year, and like, they're just in charge of making sure the business team does what they need to do. So that way everything is getting handled instead of having somebody who thinks that that's their only job. So.
I think we've had that issue like in the past where we had, we normally have 15 to 20 kids on our team, just depends. And we've had where certain kids are always working and working, where then the other kids are just hanging out and talking. And it's like, okay, do I send them home, like, or what do I do? And so now, that's where I finally just told the captain. So I actually have a senior captain, and then it's a co-captain. So I have a senior as a captain, and then I have another junior that is like kind of shadowing them to learn the ropes, who I think I can trust. And basically, I sit back and I'm like, this is your guys' robot. And I said, if people are sitting around, as a captain, you need to go say, hey, you're gonna come do this. So then it worked well last year to do that. But I think our struggle still is, okay, what do we, like, if they're on the marketing team, like, okay, I need stuff for them to do, and we don't have enough mentors. So generally, it's myself and maybe like 1 or 2 other mentors, and trying to like wrangle all the kids. It's rough, but we're figuring it out, and I think taking that, having our captain student like really take the initiative to go out and say, hey, I need you to do this, even if it's just cleaning. Like, hey, get them to do something, and rather than me nagging them, because I can do that as a mom, but and as a teacher, so instead of having them do that, it's the kids are taking it upon themselves.
CISU have generally had a big team, and it sounds like St. Michael has a big team. How do you keep all of those individuals that maybe aren't as like go-getter as some of the others, the ones that just sit around and be told what to do, or maybe you're just there because they want something to be in? I don't know. How do you get them to?
We have leads, and the leads will present in front of the whole team, and then the mentors will choose based on. So then when they present in front of the team, we know that they're going to be good for their role that they can present. And they will really just manage a department, like PR, like public relations. They'll manage it. They'll get people working on what they need to do and make sure they get it done on time.
The student does, or the mentor?
Students.
The student, okay.
So usually they're juniors and seniors and leads. You know.
But then we also have, well, each department, usually we have a department meeting either Tuesday or Thursday, depending on what department you're in. Like, strategy is, well, scouting and strategy, that's Thursdays right after school, so it's just a quick meeting going over what to do. I mean, scouting and strategy is like 3 people, so it's not like there's a whole lot to do. But
Do you pick who's in that, or do people volunteer?
you can join whatever department. It's
But you guys don't say, okay, we need somebody for this, so we're going to pick somebody? You ever do that, or is it strictly like who's interested and then people choose?
It's depending on who's interested, and then if we need somebody, then it's whoever's best at it.
Okay.
We kind of just gauge it off that.
How about you?
So it might sound a little harsh, but we have made it very clear that robotics is not a fun after-school activity. It is a very serious thing, and if you want to just have fun, you go do FTC. Since technically we run our team as a mentorship student partnership kind of, so it's not really, on our team it's not really student-led, it's a partnership between the mentors and the students. So, yeah.
So we're able to have a big enough team, I think, that we can tell those people that aren't gonna want to put in all that time, which is totally fine. We'll say, do FTC and you're gonna have a blast, and they do.
Yep.
And then they're not just bored in FRC, and so we don't have as many people that are just sitting there, because most of those people are committed to.
They want to be there.
also with that, there's normally a pretty big list of tasks to do. And if someone sees you sitting around, they'll tell you,
Go clean the closet.
go do something.
Yeah.
Do you have all the students come like every day, or do you have like to start off with like, okay, after you get like the idea, do you have like, okay, the machining kids come and like coding, or is it?
Every kid.
Yeah, pretty much. When the season kind of progresses, that group of people kind of narrows because people have less stuff to do, of course. Like, it's kind of in spikes. So like for the first few weeks, the manufacturing kids, they don't really need to be there, but they're probably going to practice on the machines and all that stuff. But when manufacturing season comes, when we get all of our parts, that's when you'll see that spike of kids come in. The build season, it also kind of tapers off, so it starts really hot, and then it comes down as soon as we get into like programming and beyond that. What do you have to know about?
Like we for sure have everyone doing prototyping, so we split them into the groups, and whether you're on manufacturing, programming, anything, you're doing physical prototyping, even if you're not using your programming skills, your manufacturing skills, you're just using your build or.
Can you explain what that looks like having everybody?
Yeah, so at the start of the season, the captains, so you guys already got this, I think.
Yeah, we already have. So I mentioned earlier that we have all the captains come together and we make prototyping groups, and pretty much every day for the first week, maybe 2 weeks, I don't know exactly the exact timeline, but we fully dedicated to just making stuff, just prototyping everything that we can possibly think of.
And this is right after kickoff?
Yep, it's the day of kickoff,
Day of
yes.
kickoff.
Yep. So immediately after the reveal video comes out, we are in the lab just cranking away at prototypes.
So we're fortunate enough to have enough people to split into like 5 groups of 5 people.
Okay.
And 5 different prototypes are all happening at the same time.
And how do you prototype?
So we have, luckily, we've been blessed to have a bunch of machines at our shop. So we have a great metal shop, a great wood shop. We just got we got 3 laser cutters over the summer. So that makes prototyping way faster, which is really nice. We also have a bunch of stock material that we are able to just throw together, be like, bearing there, shaft there. Now we have a climb. So it's really not really like super finished, refined prototypes. It's like, this is the idea, this is what I want to show, and I think we can do this on our final robot, but it's going to look a lot better and work way better.
Does anybody have any advice on like Big Lake has a whole lot of nothing. We have a few, we don't have any CNC, we don't have like, we got
don't really have machine.
our
We have a little
machine
bridge
shop is-
part that with a half-inch end mill in it pretty much stalls trying to just do a little trimmed out face cam.
So how could we prototype without having machines and things? Does anybody have-
We did cardboard and popsicle sticks last year. This year, I think we get to upgrade to PVC because someone got some. So when you're saying you're using machinery, like.
And then we broke off into bigger teams, and then we just hopped from the
So what do you
Our
guys?
team coined CAD, cardboard aided drafting.
So something else that's super nice is the Rev pre-drilled structure that fits bearings, max spline, it has all pre-drilled holes in it. That's super nice because you can throw stuff together, all the screw holes are there.
90% of our prototypes last year were with that red stuff because it's so versatile and you can make anything you want out of it. So I really recommend investing in that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Can you repeat what that was called? Sorry.
Rev
It's,
Max pre-drilled structure, is that what it's
I think it's a Rev pre-drilled structure. I think it's probably Rev Max.
It's got a bunch of holes in it and like kind of like a star pattern with the bearing hole sides in the middle of it. So
Okay, awesome.
yeah.
I'd seen
2 by
some
1.
of that. So, would you recommend, is that something you wouldn't recommend to have on a competition bot? Or
I think it's perfectly
Yeah,
viable for a
it's-
competition, but it's basically just pre-drilled 2 by 1.
Okay.
If you can't get your parts like manufactured, or if you don't do a full CAD, then I recommend that Rev structure. But if you can do a full CAD, I really recommend either getting a sponsor to cut your stuff or finding someone who has a machine that you can borrow. Like, yeah,
Becker, like Becker.
yeah, go to Becker,
Hey,
come
Becker.
over here. We got plenty of machines.
Yeah, I think St. Michael has been very welcoming. That's a little further drive for us. Becker has said we could come use their stuff. And I don't know, hopefully you all have, like, people that help you in the area.
We have a good manufacturing shop, 'cause we have what they call Saints Manufacturing, they actually do stuff, they have a lot of, we are lucky they let us borrow their stuff.
That's awesome, that's awesome. But yeah, reach out, I know we have had a lot of help from other teams, kind of just piecing things together, just because we're just two parents with young little girls, we don't even have people in FRC or old enough for FRC. We just got thrown into this to keep the program going. We were not supposed to be here this year. We ended up staying, so we'll see. Otherwise, the program will go away. Nobody wants to go. But thank you all for coming. I think we gotta end. But
Thank you for coaching.
Yes.
Impromptu session of. Oh, 6:49 is presenting. All
Thank you
right.
for all your discussion. It's really helpful.
Do you guys know where you're going?
I hate shots fired. What do you
Thank
You made it 10 times worse. Why would you
Thank
ever
you.
stop?
I think you did.
Put you on the spot.
Then you went back. Okay, let's get
Yeah.
it. Dude. Yeah, no, not.
I gotta make it light.
I can find out a map between Little Falls and Montgomery Highway 90. Go south.
Okay. All right.
We're 30 minutes away from Little Falls and Montgomery.
Do you guys have any teams around you that you work with?
No. I mean, some of our team members are family with some of us. But we have kids teaching and stuff.
I reached out to schools to think, like, any way we could try to get like funding for a router. We have no interest in that. We're like, we don't have anybody teaching, there's no interest in it, so we're just not gonna be able to do it anytime soon. It's like, cool, that's a big thing.
Our shop teacher likes a CNC machine, so we've got a plasma cutter, a mill, and I think we're working on getting a laser cutter.
Nice.
Not sure.
Good luck.
He's super, so design your own, which would be insane.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, just because some of these things just don't care. Like, you're obviously that's the most. I don't know. We had a former kind of split. There was a former
What? Oh, I know. I did some, like, last one.
did his own thing, and I was
It's interesting. She's supposed to be there now, but there was like a discussion. Like, this was speaking because Dobbs was here.
but I'm really intrigued by
This one?
Did you, were you in that?
Yeah.
The last one.
I'm coming from Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, so structure, organization, and really
I had you guys in my class, boy, talking about your block.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, man,
Oh, yeah.
Here's a mean one move.
We're right down the road.
That's something last one. We have to do pairs.
FMEA type of stuff and.
The last one? Oh, what was that called?
Good robot bridges.
We're just like, you have a heartbeat? Sure.
I always start off with
Other people's jobs. Oh, yeah, you good. You think. Okay, sorry. Oh, iCloud.
How's it going? How are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
What you were?
Good information so far.
Yeah. You don't, you can't sign.
I can't even, so it's like you guys hungry though. Like a screen. Yeah, or blue lunch, or you get red lunch? Or did you get white? No, I'm not sure. Oh, you don't know? Your dad's probably got it. Oh, I hate it so much. What? We're gonna. You're gonna have to sit through all of that. You know, you're gonna have to be scrolling for 20 minutes trying to find the exact.
Structured driving,
Oh,
structured team.
yeah, I saw that. That's
I was
terrible. Yeah, definitely.
You were on the list.
No, you're gonna.
Well, Kayla had said to me, said, you know, they asked for it, and you kids, you know, what you guys
In class about that, yeah.
Class was like a roundtable discussion on how teams pick drive teams.
He was following me, my list was like.
Because, yeah, that's only a good idea.
Oh, no,
I just looked at what was there.
Schedule comes out and we're on it.
Go see FMEA.
That wasn't what we got.
Yeah.
I kind of want to vote.
I wish you luck though.
What do you say to it? I forgot to throw those.
For the video, all this is standing over the window, looking like a super
Ethan, it's your fault.
I've been, in my mind, I've been expecting her. Yeah. Taxes didn't do that.
Yes, it's the third one. We eat lunch after this.
Oh, no.
What? This is Voyageurs.
Yeah.
Still a good pass though.
One called Voyageurs.
I'm more worried about family than figuring out.
No. I didn't know how
What you really want to know is why we and yeah, that's
We actually use those. Honestly, they're fancy ones. So the next Bitcoin, professional super. I mean, honestly, I'm bracket at this point. Oh, alright.
Yeah. Best I can do is what?
Drive the robot in circles.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Someone said? Okay.
I think that's Ben's though.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is he? Oh yeah, he's coming.
Nothing.
We're gonna give it one more minute, because I have another presenter with me today that I'm not seeing. Jacob. Oh, Jacob. That's not my name, that's Isaac came back up with Isaac, oh my. Okay, we're gonna get started, I think every time.
No.
No?
It starts here.
Oh, never mind.
Here, you want me to scoot? I was sitting over here on that. I get more done if I don't talk to you guys.
Probably.
He like started.
Yeah. No, that's who I think, yeah.
I forgot what it was like. Oh, how was that someone canceled? You didn't teach me anything. I was just by you the whole time. I'm like, how do you figuring this? Hey, you do this. It's not this. It's not. I'm not going to take the you want. The knowledge that you have is greater than the syllabus. So. Yeah, it feels like something that like it was like kind of like could you look at this?
Wait, are you coaching?
Like Evan's big thing is so in the leadership meetings he has said people learn better when they do things. So that's my favorite. So on one of the whiteboards in 608 we have that. What? Yeah, right. Okay. Maybe it started when you're I was making funny faces at me. Never mind, it might be a while. Okay, well, welcome to FMEA. My name is Charlie. I'm a senior this year.
My name is Jacob. I'm a junior this year.
We're going to kind of pass things back and forth a little. Bear with us. We didn't really divide slides. So, can I just raise of hands coming into this? Does anyone know what FMEA is, kind of what it stands for, or are we new to this? Yeah? Okay, that's exciting. That's exciting. Okay. FMEA stands for Failure Modes Effects Analysis. And it's essentially looking for what could go wrong and fixing it, either after it goes wrong so it doesn't reoccur, or before it even has a chance to create problems for your team. And kind of throughout this presentation, we'll talk about different ways that you can implement the failure modes effects analysis. How we end up doing that on our team is with documentation. So we utilize documentation through years to kind of circle back to past failures. And then also throughout the season to make sure that we're stopping to recognize where failures might occur. And again, by documenting those, we're able to benefit from that knowledge for years.
So FMEA, it's not just an entire thing you have to do the entire time. It works really well when you work with many other departments, such as like build, programming, even scouting and strategies. Any of those type of departments, you can work with very well, especially with our documentation. Maybe when you guys adopt it, your documentation will be amazing as well, so you get better results. So.
Yeah, so again, throughout the presentation, you'll kind of learn there are a million ways that you can adopt this, but hopefully one of the ways that we do this will kind of stick with you and you'll see that you might be able to implement this. I think the whole point of this slide is just understanding that if you have a department structure on your team, you don't need a big team of students to work on this. You can have this like one of the roles that your build team does. We have a risk analysis department this year, so this can look a million different ways and we form the different teams.
All right. So what it really is, the important part of it is just recognizing potential threats, potential dangers that could happen to your team, your robot, or really anything. So fixing current failures and preventing them from occurring, that's just, I'm forgetting words.
Yeah, so again, it's just trying to eliminate that like redundant fixes that we spend time doing in the pit by cutting down some of those repeat errors.
Yeah. Reviewing design at every phase for potential failures, so like looking at where you are and just reviewing, hey, what can go wrong and what happened in the past with previous designs, what can you do to mitigate all that. So our four main types of corrective actions is elimination, so getting rid of the problem entirely. Facilitation, thank you. Using our PIT checklist to reduce issues, frequency, probability of occurrence. So before the robot gets sent out to, go to the field you're playing on, there's some sort of checks you do, so it's at top quality, so you can perform good. Mitigation, as I just say, which completely negates that potential failure or something just bad in general. Then finally, inspection adds cause of recurring issues to our pitch checklist, so something to look out for multiple times before anything goes in, really.
So, this is a nice graphic. It was not made by me. It was made by a student that has now graduated. But this just kind of shows that the FMEA process is circular. So, throughout the season, I'll talk more about how we break it up and things that we do throughout the season. But again, just trying to illustrate it. When we get the game, every year we're sitting down. Obviously, a lot of teams do their game breaks down, so that's where our game breakdown is. And then we move into the robot design phase. So initial design happens, then we move into the FMEA analysis. So that's the first time we're pulling up the design, we're looking, and we're just poking holes at everything. More examples on that to come, but then we communicate about the fixes that can be made going out of those meetings. So just fixing the failures and potential failures that we've identified. And then from that, we come back down into our robot design, and this is a beautiful graph because it just shows that we don't stop. So even robot is built, we go to tournaments, and then we just move down. We're looking at feedback from the tournaments, and we move back into our analysis. So all year we're constantly kind of going in a circle and reanalyzing our robot and what we might do to make it better. So a couple steps to implement FMEA. So the pit checklist is the first one. I think a lot of teams have a pit checklist. Can we get like raise of hands if you have kind of a list you go through the pit? Yes. Okay, so pit checklist is a very easy one. Again, we'll go into how you can implement that, but it's huge for cutting out some of those little failures. Then design FMEA happens in the beginning of the season. So that's when we're looking at that initial design. And process FMEA is throughout the season. So when we're looking at actual robot performance, that's during competitions. We do also, in case I forget to mention this later, the design FMEA process. This is kind of our choice, but we carry that through week 0s too. So our robot starts going to our little scrimmages and competitions, and we still don't necessarily consider those to be like our process, because at that point we're still prototyping, we're still making changes to our robot. Okay, so pit checklist. This is just a list of systems. So again, you can do this a million ways. Our example, we add a lot of detail, right? So just again, things to point out, we do this between every match. It looks like a lot, but this is kind of like a dance that we do in the pit. Beginning of the season, it is rehearsed. So things are added to this, but we look at our robot, and if you can see each of those headers next to the checkbox, every one is its own system. So you can break it up for us. We kind of work like top down. So in the pit, it makes sense, like they're tightening things, because that's a lot of what the pit checklist is tightening things. So you can see starting elevator, example is tighten mounting bolts, check roller bearings, check pulleys, and belt tension. So we're just going through, and again, that's just, they're getting Allens and everything, and they're tightening it all. When they're done, they'll just give a thumbs up to whoever's manning the checklist. Usually that's going to be me or Jacob, because we have the members to spare. And we'll just go ahead and check that off. When they move down, in the bottom, once everything is checked off, then it will flash up at the top, robot is ready for competition. So this is something that we go through, again, between every single match, top to bottom. If we don't have any big failures, it probably takes 5 minutes. So in the grand scheme of things, when you work it into your routines, there's pretty much, you should always be able to fit it in. It might feel tight sometimes, but at that point we just start having the more senior students on the team work on it when there's not a lot in between matches. So then again, notice, so we have some, like, again, underlined, italicized, bolded things up there, and those are just things that have been added to the pit checklist. So we change the format of those just so that as we're going through, if it's midway through the season, it stands out to us and we can say, okay, this is new, can you guys make sure to check the elevator mounting different, because likely we had an issue. Yeah. Okay, so again, there are a million ways that you can implement FMEA. Since we have had the students in the past, we have an FMEA student that stays in the pit at all times. So we have 2 benches that come together in that back little corner. Instead of having that be dead space, that is our FMEA corner. So if you ever pass us in the pit, we just have students kind of sticking back there. We have some little tables so we can put laptops and stuff on there. But again, even if you look at this situation, if back there, instead of having an FMEA person in the pit, we just have a laptop behind him so he could turn and check things off. It just makes sure that we're being intentional about checking everything because, again, I reiterate, you do have time. You might not feel like it, but you do. Okay, so design FMEA. This is the preventative step. These meetings I think are actually pretty fun. So the way we structure them, the entire team is invited. Usually, for sure, the design students and mentors are there, the build students are there, electrical programming, and then me and Jacob actually, we sit in on the meetings, and we're asking questions. So we go system by system, we'll blow it up. So this year we did a chassis FMEA because we were changing the way we did some of the things that we have on our robot. One of those things with the battery mounting. So we're changing our battery mounting plate. So that's just questioning all the things. Like we've had the same mounting plate for a very long time. So it's just taking the time to stop and say like, okay, this thing we've been doing for a long time. What are the issues? What could we do better? And that kind of opens up the door for improvement. So this year we will have a change, and again, as we are having prototypes made of our new plate, like we're going to come back and keep reviewing those designs. These meetings are usually, again, in my opinion, enjoyable. We do our best to make them enjoyable for everyone that's involved so that it's something to look forward to. Since we are able to have students to dedicate to FMEA, me and Jacob are taking the time to write everything down. So we're filling out a spreadsheet. I'll walk through the spreadsheet in a second, but the people in the room, really, they're just having a conversation. So they're not having to worry about, like, what is the failure mode? What is the determination and root cause? What are the rest priority numbers? They're just having to talk about it, and then it's our job to kind of think at it because we've gone through the training to recognize these things. So looking at the spreadsheet, when we fill these things out, it looks like a lot of information. It's really not. So we're just taking in the year, the failure in the system. So if we're in design, then it's just going to be engineering design, not necessarily an actual failure. And then electrical, it just helps sort things. So if we want to filter, then we can look at all the electrical thoughts that we've had this year. It's nice because if you get manipulators and we have, say, like an elevator for a manipulator, then we can go filter all of those things. And when we're going through the design phase, then we have all of the documented potential failures that we've had for elevators. And we can kind of scroll through those and make sure that we're addressing all of those concerns right away. This year, that is one of the reasons that we decided to use a belt instead of a cord on our elevator, because we saw that most of the failures that we've had with elevators in the past have come from the cord. So we still, again, had some failures with our belt this year, but much less than we likely would have if we were using cord. And that was the result of looking at these facts. So we move over then, and we're looking at the risk priority numbers. These are very easy, but again, still just nice information to kind of help the sheet look more digestible. So we go look at occurrence, severity, detection, give everyone a number. We have some keys down here, and then it multiplies, gives us color and a number. Red is bad. High numbers are going to be red. And then we just know, again, when you're scrolling through those sheets, that those red items are the ones that should be taken more seriously and addressed more urgently. Process FMEA, this is when we're at competition and we're standing in the back of the pit. So the way that this works for us is we have kind of a simplified version of the spreadsheet. So we can basically write down what went wrong and a couple facts of why it went wrong. But then we always have a meeting when we come back from competition. So ideally, we're looking at the Monday or Tuesday after we get back, so right away, so it's fresh on everyone's minds. But then we can just kind of go down the list and say, like, during this one, the robot didn't climb, and then it just opens up time for the conversation. We're going to be intentional to talk about why the robot didn't climb. Yeah, so we can make sure that we're actually looking for a solution to some of these problems instead of just fixing them to get back on the field. So this is what that looks like afterwards. I have more examples. I'm gonna try and fly through this a little more from here so that we can do questions at the end. So coming out of these meetings, we put together a task list. So again, here you see our priority numbers are popping up. Red, high number, so that's urgent. So one of our priorities coming out of this meeting is going to be for CAD to, let's see, task. use gussets or other methods to mount structures to the frame. So again, just making a list so that coming out of that meeting, we have actionable items that we can work on, and they have a list of things that they should be working on in the shop. We do have status updates on that sheet too, but not a strength of our team. Those statuses don't usually get updated. So it'd be great for us to be able to look back and check in and make sure that they got everything done that they said they were going to, but that's not necessarily something that we have followed through on. Metrics. I love these. I am a numbers person and I am a visual person. So these are very handy. This is just pulling, so Chris Fishbach over here, she'll probably have a chance to talk more in a little bit, but she works with Medtronic, and what we do with FMEA is a huge part of her job. So she knows spreadsheets, and she was able to set up a pivot table so that we have all these graphs that are pulling data from our big sheet. So it's super helpful to be able to look at things like this. I think so. Failures last year is huge because obviously we're able to track year to year how we're doing. My favorite graph is not on this, but so at competition we have a graph that's populated on one of the TVs that's facing towards the hall and the pits, and that is failures is competition. So if you're ever walking through the pits, you can look up, we always have it on one of our screens, and you'll just see a breakdown exactly like that. So this year we might have finished a regional with like 5 programming errors, 4 mechanical, 1 pit, yada yada yada. So it's nice for us because teams that have learned that that's our system are able to kind of approach us and say what happened. So it's really nice. We have a running joke on our team that we are the team that gets picked. We do not usually get to do the picking. So it's easier to get picked when we're able to very clearly lay out everything that's gone wrong in that competition and what we did to fix it. Do you want to walk through 5 Whys?
Sure. So 5 Whys is a great way to break down what was the root cause of the failure. So at the top, what happened? Elevator won't move correctly. Okay, well, why didn't it move? Because the cord came off the pulleys. Well, okay, but why did the cord fall off the pulleys? Pulley bearings were getting worn and falling apart. Why were they falling apart? The pulley bearings are getting warped by the cord. Okay, why is that happening? Tension from the cord is too much for the bearing. Finally, hopefully on the 5th why, normally it is, we get to the root cause of bearings being used are just too weak.
Yeah, so this is a kind of old example, but I keep it on here because it's a really, really good one. Trying to get through the 5 Whys can be kind of like pulling teeth. So that's another constant area of improvement of ours. Like we very easily will stop at the 3rd why. Because even going down the list, if we're at a competition, the cord comes off the pulleys, you rerun it. So obviously that gets you back on the field, but getting a long-term fix, you get back to the shop, and if you don't get to this cause, then you're just going to replace the pulley bearings. So it's just making sure that you keep asking why, because then you can get some really helpful root causes that are actually going to help you in the long term, instead of just adding maintenance. Well, I guess one other thing with this, we have had some pretty interesting failures as a team, and I think one of the reasons that we're able to study these failures so much is because we have our pit checklist. So since we have our pit checklist and we have time at competitions and our robot is doing well mechanically, it's pretty sound, it gives us the time to go through this because we're not as busy fixing those little like something fell off and now we need to get it back on. So having the time to go through these and fix some of those more interesting issues is a good learning experience, and it's just kind of exciting. I'm going to go by this example and we'll come back. Do you want to do it?
Sure. So main big benefits of it is we're preventive and reactive. So we're more in control of what actually fails per se. Noticeable reduction in repeat errors, year-to-year improvement. So every year since Ms. Fishbach started this, yep, back in 2018. Ever since then, we've been getting better and better. A lot better. Quicker pit times, so we're in and out of the pits a lot faster. So if like we're back-to-back matches, we can run through the checklist real quick and just go. Metrics and acknowledgement of improvement. So especially with the graphs, it shows us what's the big failures that are happening and where they are, and then we can look into how can we fix those and how can we make sure they don't happen again. Then five essence.
Yeah, that's just with pit management. So pit management is huge for being successful at competitions. So being able to keep track of all of these things ensures that you're staying on top of things.
Knowing where your failures are, you know what tools you want to keep on hand for those failures, especially for small regionals.
So we have some pictures. Year to year, there's been a lot of growth in our robots. So these are just looking old pictures. I'm going to skip forward. Again, this is, I keep hitting this one. But looking at this robot, I've been doing FMEA for a couple years now. I'm not a part of the build department. I know hardly anything about the way that robots function. I just know how to recognize like that's going to be a problem. I have a funny story of something that we knew was going to be a problem 2 years ago that we did anyway. Yep. Okay, so when I look at these, right, my FMEA brain that understands like hardly anything about why that robot is designed the way it does, I can tell you a thing about how those motors work, but I could tell you that it looks like a problem that they're sticking out like that. They're sticking out, they're going to be privy to getting hit by other robots. Things like, obviously this year with the game, we had to be mindful of game pieces damaging things. So the way that they are exposed is something that stands out to me. So again, having this process and having people that are trained to notice those kind of things just kind of saves us the time and allows us to get rid of some of those silly mistakes so we can make higher quality profiles. Same things here. Okay, I'm going to come back to examples. Okay, so completing an entry. So you want to go, I'm going to preface this by saying, if you're taking notes, don't worry too much. We have on our website, and I'll show you all of this, we have all the templates for all of this stuff, and the entire slideshow is on our website. So this is all accessible to you outside of this meeting. But you go through, we take down the year and where the competition was, over that way. Then we're just writing down the general failure in the system. If it was a manipulator, we're specifying what kind of manipulator it was. All easy stuff up until this point. So failure mode, this is the easy stuff. Basically what went wrong. So this is the thing that we're reading out if we're sitting in our process FMEA meetings after competition. We'll just say, cake stack broke again. And then that kind of sparks a conversation. They can start talking about that. And then we go into those 5 whys. So again, as you can see, we stopped. So growth area for us. Yeah, but ultimately your goal is to keep asking why as many times as possible until you get to a more permanent solution. Then you do risk priority numbers. Again, these are easy peasy. Looking, so like occurrence, this is little text. A 1 would be once every 2 to 5 years. 2 is once every 3, once a season. So again, we have all those scales provided, and they're easy to complete. This is again kind of our matrix. So when we're looking, it's really easy to figure out what failures should be taken more seriously. And then we move into our corrections. So the short-term actions, that's what we're doing at competition. That's probably going to be addressing your first or second why on the 5 whys. So if we're thinking about the first example of the cord snapping, coming off the pulley, not snapping, then we're looking, okay, we just need to get the cord back on the pulley. If the pulley is still doing fine, we just want to fix that fast, again, as you can see in the first bullet. And then that long-term action, they kind of start discussing what a long-term action might be when we get, well, even when they're fixing it in the pit, but then when we get back in competition is really when they're going to want to try and figure out what are we going to do now. And then just looking at the owners and those statuses that goes on our actionable item. Okay, so I will pull this back up if you have questions. Take questions now, but I'm going to pull up our website so I can kind of show you what we have available for you guys. So if you just look up CIS 4607, again, all of this is available to you should you wish it to be. If you just look at the FMEA, we have some of our graphs. And then so we can can look at things like this. If you have any interest in using our templates, we also have the FMEA template. So again, this is all, make a copy, edit as you see fit. These are all resources that are available to you should you wish to use them. And then also if you're ever at competition and we do something really stupid on the field, just pull up our website and you can see this is our FMEA document, so you can see in real time what we're writing down as a failure. So that's also kind of cool to do.
A lot of our team does that in the stands.
If you guys have any questions, we can take some questions for a while. If not, then we can just keep looking at examples, kind of flip around our sheet.
Yes.
Do you guys choose like a FMEA champion to kind of spearhead the whole system? Or what do you do for somebody that's kind of more in control and making sure it's getting done?
I guess it is kind of, we don't have like an official position established. Like Jacob is our risk analysis lead, but it's just the students who decide to learn more about this and take responsibility for managing this. Because again, it only takes one person to be seeing this from like the I'm going to document all of this perspective. As long as everyone else is just willing to have those conversations about failures and everything, we can do all of this without them having to bat an eye at the spreadsheet. Actually, I'm going to have to pull up. Well, may or may not be able to because you're going to get exposed to our slide. This might be a while because we're answering other questions.
Yes.
Do you have any like finite element analysis software to like stress test parts before you actually make them?
There's some quality control.
Yeah, some.
Yeah.
We do a lot of like material prototyping because we have so much access to materials. We're very blessed in that way. So things like we build a practice robot every year. And once we have things changed and moved around on our practice robot the way we like, so we kind of start over and we build it with maybe nicer material, nicer same, yeah.
And as for software, that's usually the last part to go in for our robot, so that's the most rushed. And we are definitely weak on that area.
Yeah, but do you use like a program to stress test your parts and find where it's going to break before you ever make them?
I guess that's just something that they'd have to look at in the
If
CAD
it's a
software.
specific thing, right, so if like, 2023, our arm mechanism off the elevator, we had a lot of concerns about using the polycarbonate, 1x2, right? We didn't, kind of later in the season, after we broke one, we were like, wait a minute, what's going on? So then we threw it in something in SolidWorks and did actual stress analysis on it, found out where it was weak, and then reinforce those areas. So, as needed.
It's a lot easier in the new program, right? To do that. We're finding that out with our early prototypes too. Running through those quality control checks and throwing it repeatedly, but also doing the analysis in hand with that CAD. He's figuring out when it's doing that, like where our center of gravity is and where our fracture is. And trying at that phase to also build in where we want it to fail, if it's going to fail, where those are easy to reach.
Yeah.
That's built in and discussed at that R&D phase.
I pulled this up again, this is just a reference. This is something we've started doing, we haven't always done. But since there's two of us in meetings right now, Jacob is filling out the spreadsheet. Again, they're just having a conversation. Joe can attest to the fact that we'll ask some questions, but they're not having to go through all the FMEA stuff that's on us. So he's filling out the spreadsheet. We're all kind of asking questions, and then I was just taking notes for this one so they could have some takeaways. Going into further discussion.
So to answer your question, we do have somebody that's kind of on point and in control, but not necessarily one person. And we've had in the past, in the pit, people rotating through, so it's not always on one person. It's just what works for your situation.
Any other questions? Okay, let me know as they come up, but I'm going to kind of flip through these. So again, this is something that, well, was implemented a while ago. We need to do more training to make sure that it's being utilized on our team. There's daggers in my eyes right now that are shooting into Joe. But there is a QR code in our pit. So our pit is pretty much wherever our robot is. So if something goes wrong with the robot, instead of saying, okay, we'll tell them later, we'll tell the FMEA people later, or sending us a Slack message, just fill out the form on the pit. So it's going to ask for a name. It's going to ask a little bit about the failure. This one of my favorite ones.
Just to clarify, Charlie, because Ben asked, the QR code takes you to a Google form, right, that then populates this spreadsheet.
Yep.
Right. So.
It's set up as a survey.
Yep.
Yeah, so we pop in here and then we can look at this and then the next time we'll have a meeting with.
So easy to use, there's no excuse not to use it, right, Charlie?
Right, Joe? Thanks, Joe. I feel like you've probably done better at telling other people to fill it out for you, though.
That's my job.
Yeah.
I don't.
So this is, again, lots of information. We have information going back to 2018 here. So these are just kind of our failures throughout the years. Very, very helpful to be able to flip back and look at these things.
And when we started it in 2018, what we did was we had a lot of people that were alumni and mentors had been there for a long time. So we talked about all the failures we could remember back to the beginning. So we have our spreadsheet all the way to the beginning, and it's just kept live. So we just keep adding to it. It's getting a little cumbersome when you do some of the filters. So we've got the filters in there so you can search for manipulators, but we've got information all the way back to the beginning for our team.
And see, what do you think would be helpful? Sorry, I'm going to jump in now.
Yeah.
Cool stuff, right? So why would it be helpful to have that information on something I did on a robot in 2023?
Happened again.
What didn't work, right? So what did we build in 2023? Do we remember that game? About the cones and cubes? We had an elevator.
I beat you to that one.
Huh?
I beat you to that one.
Yeah.
You and me, what mind?
So an elevator. What did we do this year? We built an elevator. So what did we look at? That daggum elevator. What did we do wrong? Do it again? No, let's do something different. It worked better. Still did. But mostly it worked better. Like if I'm gonna at kickoff when they reveal the game and it's gonna be a turreted shooter game, and I'm gonna build a turret, that's gonna be cool. I'm gonna look back at what year for a turret.
2020. Maybe. I don't know. What did you do in 2022?
22 would be a decent one. We didn't use one specifically, so I don't have any data for 22. We put a turret on Scrap Fire, which was our 2020 robot, but it didn't get a lot of work. So that'd probably be the best option we have to get actual data and failures.
What if I want to throw cones?
You want to throw a cone stock to those guys from that binary thing?
No, yeah, but I remember their 2023 was the cube shooter, and they could fill all the spots. There were only 6 spots, so they could just get it done, and then they just started doing it alone.
I'm going to keep flipping through the sheet. If you guys have questions, just throw them out. So this is another very valuable. We track all of our batteries before they go into the robot, which is huge because battery performance obviously drops as you go throughout the year. So tracking resistance is something that was added, I believe, a year or two ago. So now, what?
2019.
Oh, a while ago. Yeah. Well, Michael started doing it like a year and a half ago. Yeah, so again, we're just looking at same thing. If you want to run a filter, then you could look at all the history of battery 3 from 2025. And that information can be helpful for our electrical department, but it's also nice for us because a couple times, I know I'll get voltage read out to me. I'm like, no, try again, the battery.
I guess I have one more question
Yeah.
here. So if we're looking to get into using FMEA, would you recommend taking your system, copying your system and trying to implement it? Or would it be better to try and maybe take that as a skeleton and make your own? Or also the second part of the next question is, I downloaded yours, or I made a copy of yours, and it has all of your information in it. Would you recommend keeping that information so that, because you've got a lot of valuable information, but it may not apply to what we're doing or maybe what we've seen, but it's still valuable to keep.
Yeah, I guess that's totally up to you. I would be very supportive if you wanted to keep some of that stuff in there, go through and clear out what you can't use. The hard thing, like, it is a little harder to use someone else's data because you don't know necessarily, not everything gets into the documentation. So if it's not documented super well, you're not gonna be able to pull as much away from it, but if you're able to use it, then go for it. My recommendation, again, if I were you, I would, take this, delete the tabs that you aren't gonna use, delete the data you don't care about.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Don't delete the pivot table
This
tab.
one is really important, don't delete. Yeah, I don't know, but
I'm surprised that's not a protected tab.
Well, when you get into Google and protecting those, it's hard in Excel, it's impossible in Google.
yeah, so I would say, take the battery, take the pit checklist, those are the easiest things. Because the other thing, if you look at our, so this is the simplified version that I'm talking about, so it doesn't go through all the I don't know, risk priority numbers. So when we're at competition, this is how filled out it gets. It's not super thorough. So if you take this, if anything, take away the fit checklist and the battery, start implementing those things. You're a 15-minute drive away from us. People that are more than 15 minutes, still same thing. If you ever have interest in setting up a call or having us come down to your shop or something, we can go through it with you a couple times, look at your robot, make sure everything's on the list that should be. The three of us, this is our jam. FMEA, we love this. So, especially with Chris, she's done such a beautiful job setting it up for our team. So the ability to get others set up with the fruits of her labor would be great.
I would love if you took this and adopted it just as it is.
Trying for a couple
Keep
years
our
with
stuff and delete it. If it's too much, we have another one on our website. We have the FMEA template and a full one. The full one is this. The FMEA template is actually what we use for the FTC teams. It doesn't have the year on year, it's just 1 year. It's simple. It's a great way to get your feet wet. It doesn't have the pivot table, nothing scary in it. Just use that, try that, and if you don't like something, change it, make it your own. But it's a great starting point. This has evolved for us since 2018. I started it and grew it, and it's a baby love of mine. Please take it and adopt it.
And ask us to help you do it because we have the bandwidth, I promise.
Yep.
I would love nothing more.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. This is my craft. It's a really unprofessional thing to say, but I said it anyway because I haven't built it. So, yeah, use it. Okay, again, throw questions out if you have them. I'm going to keep clicking through a little bit. Maintenance. This is a new development of ours. As you can see, it's kind of naked. So, as we go through, there are things that don't necessarily belong in the pit checklist or that should be in there separately because we're looking again at maintenance, so doing our systems check and making sure that sort of module removed them and stuff like that. So those are not necessarily things that should be done between every competition. Things on our pit checklist should be done between every competition. So I don't know, we're needing to implement something like this, haven't necessarily figured out the best way to do it. So that's a evergreen project right now. So yeah. So I know I have talked to a couple different teams about FMEA, and I know I've worked with a couple students trying to implement it. Spudding, you guys have a good amount of students here, so I'm gonna target this at you, but for everyone really. If you are interested in doing something like this, do it, try it, but there's resistance on teams to doing things like this because it seems like more work and it's hard to recognize the fruits of your labor until months, maybe even years after you've started doing it. So do it and it'll save you time and eventually people might accept it with a little less hard-headedness, but especially that hit checklist, again, just emphasizing we're gonna go through all of these things even though we did them 10 minutes ago. Taking 5 minutes of match is gonna save you an hour competition. So just do the thing and then a few people need to really commit to making this happen in order for teams to successfully implement FMEA, otherwise it's just kind of a losing battle. So do what you can, and if we can help share our success with this, let us know.
It took us about a year to really get it in, and then about 2 years you saw it as a culture. It really, and now 8 years later, I don't even need to do anything, I'm the mentor for FMEA, and I don't even need to do anything at our DFMEA meetings, at the R&D step, because they've already thought of so many things. I just sit there and smile, because the students have come in from FTC or come in, they already think about this, and they're already learning about it. So it's part of the way we're culture, and so now this spreadsheet's almost an afterthought, because it's just the way it is. But it took a good year to get there, because they're habits. Any habit has to be repeated how many times before you get there. So build your good habits.
Other questions? If there's not more questions, I have a story. It's a fun story. Okay, well, feel free to interrupt anytime with questions, but I'm going to tell my story. So, Isaac Wentland, 2024, I think. So, nightmare, right? This is going back just before water game. Don't remember the name of the game. Crescendo. He designed a beautiful robot. He was our design student, did a great job. But one of the things that he was very excited to share going into, Joe, interrupt whenever you want to add details to this.
Oh, I always do.
Yes, you do. So going into one of our first DFMEA meetings, he was very excited to share the drum that he had designed into the robot. So we had motors and a drum, right? So that was like our axis for the manipulator, right? Yeah. So everything was operating off of that arm with a lot of belts. And it's a cool thing, a solid steel drum. How thick? 8-inch? Quarter-inch. Heavy, a lot of steel.
Like 15 pounds.
Yeah, had to obviously get it machined by a third party. Looks very cool. We see it, right? And he says, I'm going to stick motors inside this thing. There was no access to it. The only way to get the access off, it was sandwiched between two arms, right? So you had to remove the arms, and then you could get to the drum. So I think we floated the idea of an access pole. Now, it's not very cool. It's not cool. We don't want one. Well, we go to our first week 0 event. I believe we were in St. Michael, and our robot smoked out. Why? We didn't know. And we didn't know because we couldn't see anything inside the drum. It was very clearly, it was coming from inside the drum. So it took a while. They had to take, they called them the TIE fighters, right? Because they look like TIE fighters that was mounting the arms to the drum. So they had to take those off. So ultimately, can wires, the installation had kind of been cut up because the sides weren't properly deburred on the drum. So when they were fed into the drum, they got cut up, and can wires were kind of jumping all over the place and smoked out our robot. So that was kind of scary. It was probably like an hour and a half of all of us like, we don't know what's happening. Did we kill all our motors? What happened? We don't know. So moral of that story, listen to the FMEA people when they say this is going to be a problem, because it was a huge problem, and it was very, 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 very clearly going to be a problem. So we ended up machining a new one that had a hole on it. And then we put a plastic cover on it to cover the hole so that it was still cool and solid. And weight reduction.
I think weight reduction is what saved us.
The funny part is we covered it with polycarbonate sheet, right? We learned how to bend and melt polycarbonate. That was fun. But then that became sponsor logos, went on there. So it worked good. And in order to pass weight in Iowa, we had to take that off. A 16th of a pound, right? Maybe 2.5 ounces or something like that. But had to take that piece of polycarbonate off to make weight.
Yeah. I don't know. I like that robot. That robot was so nice.
Never broke, hardly ever.
Well,
Still did.
One of my favorite things is listening to Joel tell me how bored he is in the pit.
Nothing better. Mechanical failures is ultimately what we're avoiding here. We aren't necessarily set up to document much about programming failures, because that's kind of, I don't know. Mechanical failures you can look and understand, not programming. So when we see that our mechanical failures are much lower than our programming failures, that is a win in our book. So.
But as you try to do things through programming, right? So Carly brings up a great point. How many's got an expert programmer on their team that's really, really good and doesn't make mistakes? Right? None of us do, including us, right? So we have to mechanically solve the problems that they can't program around. That's an important part, is having those hard stops built so that it won't over-rotate an arm, having the things in place that, so, you know, when programming fails you, which they will, you can still survive. Unless you drive your arm into the belly of the robot and break it 3 times.
Yeah, I do that.
So thank you for being here. Again, if you're interested or you have more questions, reach out to us on socials, our email, anything like that. I monitor the email and socials. So you'll get a response. We have like 3 or 4 more minutes here, so if you have questions, feel free to come up and talk. Otherwise, it's time for lunch for half of you. Enjoy your garbage.
What is the best way to actually reach out to you?
Probably our email. So you can find our team email on the, you can find it on the website. It is, okay, this is funny, saying it out loud is really funny. CIS 4607 at FRC 4607 CIS. So it kind of flips backwards.
Nice.
Doesn't make sense.
Like it.
What? Yep. Or Ben, drop by the high school. That works too. Pop out.
I had to laugh when he said we're a 15-minute drive away, because I always tease you're that 15-minute drive from 45 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
All that on the arm.
Got something, went back, went again,
That'll change your event. You're on the
grab something else, went back. Where's
Zero. We didn't hear anything here.
What are you smiling about? Don't point at me.
I quit using, I suggest that we don't use carbon fiber.
They shine.
And then.
And the business is it's not always that person.
So 3D printed gear, they're gonna be either PET-G or PET-G, or they're gonna be.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of
You can
Well, the print's fine, it's just, because you print it, you have to find the right size. You'll print it, and then it's shrink, because of the moisture.
I'll go to the registration desk.
You have to kind of dial
I
in.
wrote down everybody's
You can't
name, and
print like a cat.
so I turned to Logan and said, "Congratulations, you're on the team."
And then it's gonna be.
He's like, "What?"
You know, usually we have one person, now we have three doing it, but we
Oh,
have
yeah.
a size of team for that.
It's still gonna shrink, so,
But
again,
it's nice to build
nothing
that.
on the robot that needs that
So,
kind of material
just have senior
is gonna be that, is gonna be 3D.
I think kind of like thinking of what I think might.
Yep.
To have just like.
No, it's not worth it.
Nothing, you're not gonna have to like, we're not gonna.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna go aluminum, or if it's something that can be 3D printed, then it's PET-G.
Have a better understanding of it. So, let's just talk about how. And some of the plans that we have, like, okay?
Awesome.
I want to have a cheap one, so like, when we get,
I just started finding.
when we get.
You should get one. Get out there, well, they can't say no if you give your own money.
We're gonna sit down and we're gonna.
You go out there and you get yourself 4 different big businesses there in good place.
That's what this time is for,
Yeah.
yeah. Our team is doing the same thing, that organization. Who's our leads, who's our people that are
Go to
gonna kind
Premier.
of, so that way we get to keep
Hey,
going.
you just got number.
Yeah, this is the time. We're also doing a lot of our training and stuff like that, so. You get into it, you know, and like you're doing your first
That's all you need.
Or
The best thing
just
for.
any of that,
Yeah,
you know, maybe a sense of
it goes through the other classes, right? They'll pass.
kind
Easy
of sit
pass.
with your person, your, and
3D
just
printed
kind of
hardware
say,
for that quick first level
just
iteration.
have that nudge.
It's not
Yeah,
for
and
your
really
final
just
robot.
asking the stupid questions.
It's, hey, will this design work?
Sparks
Sure.
so many
Okay, cool.
conversations, but you need that person to kind of say, okay, you know, nudge, you know.
I've been trying to get a freshman, and I'm struggling getting a champion who is interested. Claire's gonna do it.
Yes, yeah, and, yeah, I'm an FMEA mentor, who needs just somebody who's excited about it. Yeah.
I know when I first heard about it, like, I was excited.
Yeah.
Right? So you're gonna press it in, and then
Which one's this one?
I'm trying to see if mine.
Present to other display.
What?
Just wanna present to the
Present presentation display options. Click. There you go. Start slideshow. Hey, look, it works. You didn't tell it to do that. Hit escape. So go back to your slideshow, drop down, Pro.
That's
Home
right.
button. Presentation display options, so display slideshow on restaurant, check. Presentation view.
That's gonna do.
Oh.
It does
What do you,
that?
why you do? Restaurant is where you want the slideshow. You want that on the restaurant. You want to click that button. Now hit
Presenter
slideshow.
view will be on the crest.
See, there.
Ah, there we go. Glad I did this before I had to do
Read the words the computer is telling you.
And then there's a clicker too, if you need, we can click, I think it's plugged in the computer right now. Yeah, it's weird, I think down is to go forward.
Okay.
You're holding it wrong.
Yeah.
See, watch. If you hold it this way, then forward is forward.
No, I actually think holding it regular, I think back.
Ah, dude. I'm doing like this.
That's how you should use it. M64.
Then if you hold the laser button, and then you hit Dylan with it. Cool.
It's Dylan's presentation next, so I was just thinking this.
Get on Dylan. Looks like it worked. Do you have a thumb drive? Or did you just get to it through Google?
I didn't Google.
Oh, you smart. Lucky you got internet.
Yep. I have a file downloaded too on my laptop.
Me too. I don't trust it anymore.
Oh, okay, so when you said, think about lunch, you thought, yeah.
Yeah, but in Unreal first, you have to go to settings and then go here. Yeah. Set up all the bridge hours. Yeah. You have to do that first, because then they show up here. Yeah. And you can pick it.
You should have seen that place in the eighties.
Really?
Oh my god, it was a dungeon.
Oh, these are all
So
doctor bridges.
dark. You couldn't see your food, and that was a good thing.
Hosting one.
It had the worst kitchen. Oh my god, that place was so bad. I went there for breakfast,
super
and
easy.
cereal was trustworthy.
That's when you know it's bad, that doesn't know how the cereal's the best option.
Oh, that or ice cream after dinner, yes.
I like the Logan bag. Is that the Logan bag or is that the Lake bag?
That is, that's a little. Or you said.
Yeah, I know. I heard them, so you did.
University for where.
The heckle of
They
computers.
added lights.
The heckle of
They
wires.
added lights, that's.
And then they, how they fixed the kitchen a little bit, they added some seating and stuff.
Have you ever did that?
Last time I was there, it was a while ago, and it was a lot better, so. But it's still good.
Dylan, you good?
No, yeah.
Yeah. You sure?
Yeah.
Is that our official logo yet?
No, that's what I like the most.
What?
That's what I like the most.
Me too. Don't tell my son that. Well, I gotta fix this, that's annoying. So,
Trying to find the peanut gallery at the moment.
what's peanut gallery?
Our gallery.
Use words that people would understand.
Jacob, Evan, Brayden, Jogan.
They're in the programming class.
Yeah, a little bit of a drive, yeah.
There we go.
They doing batteries next?
No, which one's your next one? Wiring.
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 What's our new password?
Hey, where are you guys going? You think, we're just gonna crowd right now? I don't even know how to get it, but yeah.
Why?
Because I don't know. So,
You should have that as a key topic of your leadership meeting.
It wasn't.
Oh. Well then. So that's the information. I just got marked, right?
So they didn't share a session on there. Because I thought they shared it, yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, it was, right before this session here, 'cause it was the second session. Well, that's going on there, like, showing guys and stuff for this week, so, it's been a week, so.
Yeah.
But you have people in there.
Yeah, no, there's, so it was not packed, but it was probably at least like 50% full, so.
Yeah. Especially with the lab.
Files.
Which, that is one thing I noticed, I don't remember, I don't know if it's been there for a long, the safety manual now, because they restructured it, they added a whole section for just robotics, in like, that's the way you do it. It's either in that last section or section 6, where it's like, safety in the workplace, it actually says, in order to qualify for awards, you need to demonstrate operations, professionalism, and safety. And I don't remember that being.
I have shared.
Because now the safety manual is like a, it's not like a yearly thing, it's just got it, and a date on it, this one says last revised October 2025, which is when they, I know did a lot of updates with me first. So I think somebody has to be, I'm gonna try and find a change on it, and they all, that's in there now. So
Why?
hoping it's going to the right stuff.
Yeah, because kind of knows other than the ones that were just lazy.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's literally like, Evan and I, when we drive home, it's like, you can tell the teams that actually care about safety, you'll walk over there, that just left it. Oh, boy. So. I mean, yeah. No, so it's one of those, yeah, where it's like, yeah, that and the other teams, that's like, the culture's so just gone. Like, I mean, I remember the first year at GCR, I mean, there's a guy that was literally doing like this, I'm like, dude, stop. He like lost eye contact and keeps doing it as a joke. And it's like, I actually got Caleb at the end, and it's like, buddy, you do that again, and you're like, I'm this in high school, we'll take you out of here. And they ended up doing a whole bunch, because they're also doing that, that's the first year GCR, we had tables, and like seems like every team set up a table across from their pit, that they're like laying up against the wall. And they're all like doing work on that, it's like, no, work is not in the pit. The whole point of it.
Area.
Yeah, so it's like that. So.
Yeah, that was restructured well.
Yeah, so I think, and there, because now they asked me to help out with G and other too, so I'm on the planning committee now for that, so it's busy and we're just gonna get busy too, so.
Yeah, you're
I
honestly, right?
Yeah, I honestly don't know, I told her that I don't know when I'm gonna be able to help on conversations with this year, but basically, yeah, well, last, just on Thursday, I found out, I'm gonna be the most senior regular entity. I've been there for 1 year, 1 month. One of the guys in my group is
I gotta take it.
Yep, I do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, waiting for the first, for the deal to go.
Because just about everyone goes the first one, because
Yeah.
my lunch is
Yeah.
starting myself.
There's multiple rounds.
Yeah, there's 2 rounds.
What's the next one?
Does everyone else think the next one is at, hold on, I just had it here. Yeah, it's like a half-hour deal.
They won't leave, but.
Yeah, the first is 12:05 to 12:45, the second one's 12:45 to 1:25.
They're scared. I was gonna ask Alex, I haven't seen Chuck or anything, so I don't know.
I saw Mark Schroll when I was walking in, he was walking out, but I never saw Chuck either, so. I know they're busy guys.
Why are you doing that?
I don't know, this is why we can't things.
You can put it in your back pocket and you sit on it.
Yeah, that's why I send out the emergency SOS.
No.
Well, you are Garvey.
Yeah.
I was telling Mitchell, I've got physical and mental scars from that place. I went to school here.
I'll have to ask my parents, because I know my mom talked about therapy before, but I don't remember saying it was that bad.
When I first started, it
It's
was
been okay for
a
a while.
dungeon.
Yeah, it's been okay
It's
for
been
me.
updated so many times since then.
Mm,
So it
Chris,
really isn't bad as what it was.
Yeah,
Won't
when
go away hungry.
when Chris told me that, like, the main improvement was, yeah, they added lights, like.
I
How about
started,
food?
I'm gonna age myself, but I was here mid-80s. Garvey was a dungeon, and it was really dark, and it was a good thing, because the food was really bad, because the kitchen was so tiny, you couldn't handle it. So, I was telling them, I went there for breakfast and dinner, but I could trust the crackers and the ice cream. That was it, I get cereal, ice cream.
Yeah.
And then they said they improved it, and all they did was add lights. And they must have done something over the years, and it got better and better and stuff, but I certainly didn't trust it. But it's great now, I think, the lighting and stuff, last time I went in there, I didn't even recognize it. So, but yeah, the door, they used to have a sharp corner on it, and it caught me a couple times in my foot, and one moment I still have a scar from, so that's mental and physical.
Oh, damn.
No. So with that, who's hungry? Charlotte, yeah.
Yeah, this one really.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna call guys.
Yeah.
That's good.
Coding 4K screens.
It was doing improvement, it did not like that.
Yours sounds louder than mine, and mine is a lot older. Hopefully it does that.
4090 in it. It's cooking. It's gonna go up right here, this is it. The final stand.
I put them in more RAM and dump it on some CAD stuff, but even that, I think, this people are pretty aged.
Did you get that RAM before or after it became $1 million?
It was probably before.
Well, that's good.
I was kinda sad, I sold some RAM, 2 weeks ago for $40.
I put more RAM in it.
32
I know I put more RAM, I know I put a new, SSD, because I always meant to do that.
Oh, good.
Like, I was so prepared, I brought a VGA HDMI adapter.
Oh, man, I was honestly,
I was ready.
thinking about bringing one of those.
We needed one of those last year.
Cause I got a 10-foot HDMI cord in mine, I was ready to go, I had backup on backup.
I was literally ready to bring it. It is an active VGA HDMI and audio splitter. I didn't know what the situation is here, usually it's just VGA ports and can't do anything.
I know Wick was like, here's actually pretty decent, but Wick was a lot worse when we first started, it was like VGA was it, like, in the, even that VGA was kind of getting phased out for other stuff.
Yeah, it was 3 days. Shall we do it?
I just try all the different ends until they fit.
Yeah. Okay, when I grab my coat, we wearing jackets? It should be just right across.
Oh.
Alright, if you're wearing one.
Lame.
It's literally like you walk across the
Crossing the street. Well,
where?
but it's cold.
Is it cold
You
today?
still have to walk outside. It's the height.
No, that's important.
We're talking 2 digits. It don't mean
Cattle, right?
This is wiring, I think.
What?
Voyageurs North? Or did I go wrong?
You might be right. Voyageurs, oh, I'm looking for your south.
You're right. That one there, I think.
Okay. You know where?
What? Yeah.
What is your go-to?
For what? What wire?
Let's say I wanted to, like a spurs module, you need to like value your
Depending on what it is for hot pot, we usually do, solder. But on like practice spot, since it's quick and easy, it just waggos, sorry.
I was looking at getting some Molex connectors and running it all through those. And I just haven't, and I just,
Yeah.
I don't want to use JSON. But, really, so some things we're looking at. But I think I'm gonna watch my guys do the next door. I wanted to see yours. But I'll watch the video.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Yes. I know like that. Slide, no, slide.
I'm just here for moral support.
Take mine.
Where's my pencil?
I have.
Hi.
Marshall, thank you for my one. I remember this was Voyageurs. I don't know if it was American stuff. Oh, this tears at home. Move that. I don't know. So if I was in the, I was fully confident with the echo response to the
Yeah, I think this is going to be it, so get started.
You understand what?
Here's on the agenda, go through what kind of devices we personally use, what we use for hecklers and stuff, can we get it cut or connected anywhere, routing, how we do it, and wire labeling, which we do it in OA. And there's a small game that we're playing at the end of the season. It's a nitpicky game to see what you could improve on our robots. Well, there's no, you are slide. So, yeah, I am Dylan. I have been on 4607 for 3 years now. This is starting my 3rd year. I have won 2 states. Won a blue ribbon for at the state fair for wiring. And 1 regional win. We personally use silicone-based wire, which allows for a lot more flexibility and allows you to route it much easier than most other wires. Too much to pass it. I pass it around and feel it. Any guys want to share what you guys use for wire or something different? Different? this mostly the same. Anything else? Protecting wire, which there's multiple ways to do it. There's multiple different stuff you could use to do it. We mostly use snakeskin and heat shrink. We use one layer of snakeskin and heat shrink both ends so they don't fray, and that stops it from sliding off or going into something you don't want it to go. Like right above the sword module, it might fray too much and go into the sword module, which would be not as good. And we also use this picture. I do have wire chain right there, which is what we also use for elevators. And that's just how most teams would do it. Oh, also the cat trap on that side, it's where that white line is going up and down. Joe found it online, like basically wires.
Just plastic wire hide.
Yeah, wire hide. And that's something simple that we use to protect wire. So you're not using as much zip ties, and it's so easier to work with. And guys use something like that. Wire hide and any other different ways you guys protect the wire?
Yeah, we have something we wrap around those wires and the bundle wires.
Yeah, what do you guys use?
Is it a snake wrap? You can wrap around the wire.
You're doing that at
mini,
right?
Yeah.
I don't know, we call it snake skin, it's different than what you have.
Yeah.
It's like a plastic.
It's spring, literally just
got like a rubbery tape.
Yeah, it's like coiled, you can just wrap it around.
Pass this around. That's what we use for most of our wire.
For our team, the cable
keychain.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of that. There's too much names. Anything else?
Joe, it's like a spiral wrap. And you
Yeah.
get it in different colors.
Okay.
Also, we use two different types of snakeskin depending on which type of wire. We have gray for CAN and black for power. That's something we personally do. It's just neat for organization.
Why do you think it'd be a good idea to have one for one thing and one for the other?
So you know
Go
which
ahead.
is which.
What's that?
So you know which is which.
Yeah. Well, more easily to identify, right? Who's pull open the robot because your can failed over the last match and now you're trying to find the can wire. You can't find it because it's buried inside a bunch of electrical wire. It kind of happens. So by putting it inside the snakeskin shielding and having them two separate colors, you can find it a lot faster. So.
And those are easier to just like follow one wire. Like if you have one wire that goes
Yeah, a lot easier to
everywhere,
trace
that
it,
kind of
for
adds
sure.
multiple connections going in and out of like one thing, kind of following easier.
Yep.
Yeah, for wire routing, we have a diagram we already make it before even touching the robot with wire, and it lists all the what port each wire is going into and where it's going and what route. We take some deviations every year, but it's usually following the same path or the same route. That is our 2024 robot. And track this motor and I can't see it. that motor go off this rail and go into one of these ports. It's just something easily you could have in the pit for why is that motor not working. You could track the wire down much easier.
So another thing we do, Dylan was close, I thought he was gonna get there, I know he knows this. If you look at the wiring diagram, right, it's kind of hard to see because the picture's small, so they put your picture. Look at all that space you got. Anyway, what motors, so there's a swerve base, right? Which motors on that swerve base draw the most amount of power? Go ahead.
Like the main motor in the middle.
What, huh?
Oh, never.
Okay. You got 8 motors on there. Which ones are driving the most or pulling the most power? Anybody? The ones that making the robot move. Somebody said drive motors. That is 100% accurate. Does it matter on that PDH where I plug those drive motors into? What matters about it? I can't hear you. I'll say it. Fine. I try, and I might be wrong. I'm not an electrician, but I just go with things that make sense, and kind of a plumbing thing, and take power. But like your battery terminal, yeah, you know where I'm going. Yeah, plug in right there, right? So I want those drive motors to be as close to that as possible. Possible, practical, right? So my drive motors are going to be 0 and 1 for the right side, and whatever 23 and 24, I don't know what the last two are on the thing. Yeah, whatever it is, for the left side. So those are going to be my drive motors. My next 4 are going to be my steering motors. So does that impact anything? Can you get on there with a multimeter and test for current draw and find a difference? I don't know, maybe, I guess, but it just makes sense. But now it's closer to the power source. See, you said all that.
We also use Cheez-Its, what we call it. It's basically a zip tie. It's a place for you to zip tie something.
Yeah.
Any volunteers call and see how you would route or wire this? Or do I have to?
You've already done it once.
Yeah. Twice.
Twice.
Spaghetti, hope it works. Put in spaghetti and pray it works. Ah, dang it. Still right. Yeah.
For this, I should have put something else. We are trying to wire these, the 2 motors up there, which is rotating this. Drum, and there would be a manipulator, but we didn't have it yet. So, we personally go from right here, snakeskin immediately, and go through right behind the reel, and up this side, which why not go on this side? It's just more practical, so you don't have to travel as much up there, and so you don't have to have stuff in the.
I'll stop Dylan real quick. He forgot something critical. He's wondering why we went off one side versus the other side. There's a very good reason why we chose to do that. What happens on that side of the robot?
Oh, climbing.
You're ramming into the big metal cage.
Yeah.
Don't want that hitting your wires. That's why they're on the other side.
So climbing would happen on that side. So we would go up this side with the wire hide and go directly down into wire chain, E-chain, E-cable?
E-chain's fine.
Yeah, E-chain. Mount onto this carriage, and that would power the motors. There's also a can cord on the other side, which is not very seen, and that would go same route, but plug into one of the mini power modules. I'm pretty sure it was this one down here, and that is basically a small hub for mini power module. what most people use. Yeah, we use zip ties with like little flags on them that has each PDH number and CAN ID. Pass that. It's something quick and easy we do. You could glance at it and understand where it's going and what CAN ID. It's helpful for programmers and wiring.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, we did forget to do this year, so. Yeah.
Where do you put those labels?
At both ends of the wire. For this would be the PDH and I would say swerve module would be the best place, in my opinion.
And why do you guys think that'd be a good idea to have one on each end? This guy knows it all. Go.
Because it will like hold it all together better. Because if you put one in the middle, just in the middle, the sides would be flappy.
Yeah, that's one point. Yep.
On the PDH end, you can tell what the CAN ID of the motor is. On the motor end, you can tell what the equipment is.
Exactly.
Flashing red light on the PDH, you can tell that it corresponds to that motor.
Yep, I can look right at the PDH, it's flashing the error code, and I know that port by that label is feeding this device. Right, and programming can tell me, hey, that's CAN ID 7, what motor is that? Okay, that one right there. Yeah.
Oh, so if you're following the wiring and you accidentally miss the wiring, you can like swap the wiring if there's a single wire.
Yep.
You can tell by once you get to the end, it's like, hey, wait, that's not the right label.
If you've ever tried to trace a wire on an FRC robot, I've watched it. I've tried to do it myself on some robots. It's not easy. It's incredibly difficult, especially if you've got some, a team that maybe didn't spend a lot of time on their wiring and stuff like that, and you got a nice neat little, I'm sure Dylan will have a picture pretty soon, nice little ball of wire sitting in the middle of the robot.
Plug in spaghetti and hope it works.
Yeah, that's kind of a spaghetti thing, right? It gets very challenging. So being able to know, here's my end point, here's my start point, something's happening in between there. Do I need to know exactly what? No, not really. I mean, at some points I might just bypass it or something, but having that identifier is pretty important.
Could keep score? Yeah, that would be hard.
What you're talking about?
For this little game.
Oh.
It's very nitpicky for finding what's wrong. I would say it doesn't make sense for a lot of teams to be this like in depth about it, but for like high level teams, they will try to be this nitpicky or try to do something like this. And there is high level teams on there, so don't be mad at me when one teams pop up. Yeah.
There's like a jumble of wires right there.
Like there?
Yeah.
Give him the laser.
Oh. That was one that's very visible. Yeah.
That can is unprotected. We've had issues with can where
Right there?
on the swerve drive.
Yeah, that's also, it could get sucked into the swerve drive or hit another, like coral, I think this spot was from. Coral could hit it and cut the wire. Yeah?
Same on the other side too.
Yeah, I'd presume that too.
2023 Jack and Bob, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else people are guessing? This one. Yeah.
The battery leads are all twisted.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
The motor controllers are way too close to the PDH.
Oh.
Are those motor controllers?
Yeah.
The black boxes? The cords you can see, there's multiple bends in them.
depending on which wire they're using, I'm guessing this high-level team, they're probably using something like what I showed, which at that close and that sharp an angle, it should be fine. Yeah,
Some of the wires are twisted.
twisted like where?
Like if you go, like you see the green and white wires. There's
That?
4 of them over more.
That?
Right there. Yeah.
It looks like they're going into some kind of snake skin, which is just going into the protective sheath, which would be fine depending on what or where it's going. If it's twisted that way, it should be fine. There's one big one. The Rio is in the drivetrain.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Or not Rio, radio. Which
See that?
having a radio that low would be very not good. You got gypped on that 3 years ago, right? Oh, one of our teammates couldn't connect to the field in time, and we got a penalty. And I stayed with him.
Oh, God.
Oh, there's just everything.
Oh, okay.
Everything.
Maybe that one.
Just everything.
Jeez, Dylan, look what you
Bring that on my
Oh, that's a little better.
I'm afraid of like wires.
Oh, yeah, what the?
Yeah, nothing supporting up there.
Oh, ew. Oh, so why is it like vertical?
I don't know, that's what we did back then.
Oh. It looks.
Is there something wrong with putting a PDP or PDH vertical?
I mean, nothing in here. It just looks.
Is
There's so much space down below. Why don't you put it there? Let's start raising the.
Yeah, I'm not making it.
That's the raising the center of gravity.
Yeah, loose
Wait,
connectors.
hold on, yeah.
That is, I'm guessing we stole Rio off it. So
Yeah, that's probably what was going to the Rio.
So well, that's. I'm not trying to guess. Too bad it's. They drain batteries and kind of.
I don't know.
You're pointing at something.
Oh yeah, there's just a tube that's using up.
The blue one?
No, there's just, it looks like a gray tube,
I
very
think
far left side.
I think that's a snake skin.
Yeah, it looks like a snake's head, but it's just, it really comes from why is it as a tube?
So what is going on the right side?
That's all pneumatic.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, that's. Old world. Anything else?
That's in
Oh, it's in. Oh.
Huh? I know, you have to look at that.
Is that in functioning condition?
Yeah. Yeah. Fully.
It doesn't
Yeah.
look like it. It looks a little worse for wear.
It just looks full.
Yeah.
Is that a potato in there?
Sure is.
Wait, hold on, I didn't even know it was a potato.
Well, I'll tell you about potato. Here's a good thing to learn in competition, right? Why is there a potato there?
Because
There's two of them.
potatoes can conduct
Wait, what?
energy.
I couldn't hear you, what?
Potatoes can conduct energy.
Yep, that's our extra battery. No, it isn't, I'm kidding. So, this was 2022, right? Anybody remember that game?
No.
You guys too young for that one?
Which game was it?
2022,
Rapid React?
huh? Rapid React, yep. So what was the end game?
To sit on a
Monkey
rack.
bars.
Oh, yeah.
You swing up. We did that really well. Unfortunately, when our robot would reach the final traversal rung, it would swing one way and then it would swing the other way. And right there, where you see that RSL, see what's behind it there, a potato? That would hit a piece of metal. It was not powder-coated metal, it was just aluminum, and it would short out the robot. So we put a non-conductive foam potato right there in order to help alleviate that, and it worked like a charm.
Oh.
So thank you, Spudding.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Those are your potatoes. I think that was at GNR. We put those on there. There was an announcement in the pit that 4607 is looking for foam potatoes, and they worked awesome.
Is there zip ties?
Wired spaghetti.
Oh,
Those zip ties?
there's one that's not plugged in.
This?
Yeah.
Still, it's minimal, but that could lead to something happening or getting sucked into a gearbox that.
And why are they covering the things in the middle? Why?
The reel.
I don't know what any of this is called. This is my first year.
Oh, sure, I will do this stuff.
No, that's fine.
One of the top reasonable pieces looks like it's that image.
Oh.
It is probably. Good eye.
Yes. Yeah, that's what happens when your arm goes straight into your belly. Don't do that. Yeah. Oh, one big one.
What are the white things?
White things?
Right here.
Oh, that's the white snake skin or gray snake skin. That is
So that's campfire.
Camel.
So what's infested with snakes?
Alright, go ahead and run it.
They use enough zip ties.
That's the right deal. So there you go.
Just point. Oh yeah, that it is unplugged. I'm guessing that into.
That was for our Raspberry Pi.
Oh yeah. That was Raspberry Pi 2 OP.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is.
Yeah, another one in the front.
This
Go back.
is.
Go ahead.
So my engineer said, like, there's a lot of slack in those wires there, they could get caught on your arm.
Yes, but there also is a polycarb sheet that's right above this, which
We did that this year too.
I couldn't really get a picture with that and because it was tinted polycarb. Because black. Anything else?
Close black.
Yeah, that's what
Good reason.
that's the colors. Anything else? This is the bottom side of that same robot.
So that's like the bottom side?
Yeah.
Is there like a shield that goes on it, or is it just bare wire like that?
It is 8 or 16.
Yeah.
Polycarb sheet underneath it.
Okay.
With current spacers.
I was gonna say, like, I don't like the idea.
No,
of
that's just
wire.
Yeah.
There's a wire not straight this year.
Yes, that is.
That one is terrifying.
That is sketchy.
Oh.
That was between two regionals to find something for the power servo, and we didn't have long enough wire, and we didn't.
We had plenty of long enough wire. We had nowhere to run it.
Yeah, fair.
And so, and this is a good strategic design, wiring, planning type of thing to discuss, right? When you're planning out your robot, plan out how you're, like Dylan said earlier, plan out what you're going to be doing for your wiring. Because we shot ourselves in the foot really bad on this one. So I got it. Yeah. All right. So underside of the robot, right? This whole pattern right here in this gearbox, that is the elevator. What did you do to this thing? Why doesn't it work?
Oh, I've not that.
Well,
I don't have the USB.
what's the point of this thing? You don't have to. Oh, all right. So this elevator, right, go forward again, sits above this path. We cut off any type of wiring to go from the back side of the robot here to this portion here, which is that PDH. We kind of knew this as the design was happening. We saw the potential for the issue. That's why we came up with the belly pan here. where we'll have, okay, big huge hole here, main junction of wire goes up to the PDH, and we're gonna run everything underneath. Because we knew nothing on top would be able to run between the back of the robot and the front, right? Because that elevator was in the way. So we kind of designed ourselves into a little bit of a corner, but we were able to get by. So when this one came up, we had a couple options. We could have, because it's got to go up to the Rio, which is right above here. So we could have gotten it from here and kind of went along with this over to the backside, or this way and over to the backside. Length wouldn't have really been a problem. The only issue we had with doing that is these piles, right, these bundles, are so dangerous close to that swerve module as it comes around right here that we just didn't think it was worth. We thought this was the path of least resistance, and it's hard to see the detail in the picture, but it is in a very safe path through the gearbox. It is supported by both sides of the gearbox here and here with zip ties. So there's no real way it could get sucked into the gears, but you know, now that I said that, it might. Because that's how robots work, right? So a lot of considerable thought went into the pathing, and this just worked out to be not only the easiest, which I like doing, but also it was realistically the safest of the two options. Because if we bundled it up over here, then that just turns into a bigger mess. Same with up here. It could have led to that. There you go.
Any binary people, don't get mad. It's examples. I couldn't find enough pictures. Yeah.
There's just a jumble of wires.
That's for most things. This was halfway through build season, I want to say, and they probably weren't fully all the way in competition season mode, which would clean up in most scenarios and reduce on stuff like that. Anything else? This wire chain and these pile of wires is also very close to a gearbox up there, which could get sucked into something, but that's the only way they could power it. You gotta look into, is there any other different way you can do something like that? And if you can't, you're kind of built yourself into a corner and you have to go that way.
So like when you saw the game for this year, right? Everybody saw the 2025 game animation, read the rule book and all the things, right? What did we not have this year that we had in 2023? Anybody know? 23, anybody? Yeah, 23, what did?
We did not have a height limit.
Didn't have a height limit, for sure. The other thing that the field was missing, in 23 there was a big huge bump on the field. And you had to go up a ramp and down a ramp, right? So that's why when we were planning out the wiring of this year's robot, what did this game field have?
Flat.
Just flat, there's nothing on it. The only thing that would be on it that the robot can get on is a what? Piece of LG, right? Who did it? I did one. Fun. Go surf the LG. So that kind of went, you know, think of that stuff when you're looking at the game release. Hey, it's a flat field. Maybe running wires under your robot's not a terrible idea if you protect them and you secure them correctly. And that's kind of why we looked at that when we were planning out that elevator. We're like, oh shoot, we can just run everything underneath and everything will be fine. So, cool. That would not have worked very well in 2023. That would have been a horrible idea. That robot would have not lasted.
Yeah.
Is that all your photos?
No.
No?
One more?
There's one of you guys in there. No, just kidding.
I'm waiting for it.
No, it's
kinda, that one's actually really good. At first glance, I don't know what I'm really looking at, but it looks really good.
That looks absolutely perfect, but Dylan's gonna make fun of them. Everything is so right except that, and that's pretty important.
Yeah, there's small things, but you just gotta look out for something small like that. Gotta make sure everything's correct.
Like that's. Oh god, it's hard. Where is it? What is that on the left? It's just, where does that red wire on the left come off though?
Oh, I see it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pneumatics.
What?
That's a hose.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's probably
Someone
fair.
did.
Yeah, it does, yeah, for sure.
Did they put a case over it so it wouldn't explode?
What?
I don't know, it's just. Okay. Oh, there is.
Oh, no. Also, there's no RSL.
What?
No RSL anywhere on the robot.
Oh.
Just look at it. I was wondering where it was.
There was.
Yeah, there's no RSL.
You don't need one to start a match.
Ours was a special series, I'm pretty sure.
No, I was.
Yes.
I thought you could do it.
And that's it. I did not update my slides, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you guys use zip wire or do you just use single strand silicone wire?
Well, let's see if you remember the problems and why I hate things. Go ahead. Look at your wire.
Yeah.
You got two types here.
Yeah.
This would be
Oh,
considered your
yeah.
zip wire. This is just regular.
We use zip wire for most things other than battery leads, which we buy some expensive stuff for some reason.
Do you like that?
Yeah. We buy expensive stuff that's the same feel of this, and that's I think the only wire that's not zip.
And there's been a couple, so if you remember right, remember the elevator last year? We had to rerun that whole line, all 10 feet of it, because it was zip wire, and we had to separate them for something. I can't remember why we had to separate them. We're peeling them apart, and one of them just took the whole sheathing of the second wire with it. And then I swore I would never buy that brand again. So, yeah. Yep, that was super frustrating, because not only was that expensive wire, but it was a very long run. I mean, it's only 10 feet, I guess it's not that long, but for him it's super long. And then we had to redo them. So, yeah. Only once.
Yeah.
What kind of connections do you use for if you are jumping wires? Do you solder it or do you use a specific kind of connector?
We use Wango, but we try to avoid that. We all, for most of our wire, that's one signal run. But on practice or preseason bot, we have kind of gone past that the last couple of years. We kept on using Wagos for connectors, but try to have one signal run. And we only use Wago connectors on camp.
And what else do we use with the Lego connectors?
Ferrules.
Yep, everything gets a ferrule, everything gets a Wago, if there is a connection, but we try not to use them.
Could you clarify that, Mark? So if you have, how do you connect like to the motor?
Sure.
Are you soldering, heat shrinking?
I got you. Go ahead and back up to our top of the robot picture. Oh man, that one's horrible. No, none of those work. You got any other pictures about it?
No.
Oh, perfect. Well, then I can't talk about it. No. So one of the reasons why we choose to use Krakens, right? I was just talking to Ryan about this. He's a big rev guy, and good on him. It's a ring terminal at the Kraken,
Yeah.
and that's a straight line to the PDH.
Yep.
I don't use, nothing else goes in there. That's how you do it. Now, yeah, with like the old route, or anything else that's using motor controller, and that's why we don't like doing that, right? Because then you got motor controller, other side of motor controller to the PDH. And you just quadruple the amount of connectors you got. That's 4 times the possible failures. And yeah, all of our, the one you pass around, yeah, those have all the ring terminals on it. Those all get crimped on. Everything we use for that is from CTR. Use their crimpers, use their terminals. I don't use their heat shrink, but yeah, it's all purpose for that. But like there's an example of the Voyageurs we use on the left there. We'll use those quite often for small junctions, preferably CAN only or signal wires. Power usually will not go through a Voyageur, but once in a while you have to. So, and if you do, barrel connector, solid in the Voyageur. We don't solder anything.
Other than
the CAN covers and stuff, yeah. Nothing against soldering. I actually used to do that kind of thing, but with this stuff, you don't really need to.
You guys like to keep your CAN as a single line between your brackets then, or do you tend to split them up and use the way?
As far as power?
No, for the CAN. Since you can do the ring terminals on each end, you should theoretically be able to do a chain without any splices.
Yeah.
You do that?
Trying to understand what you mean.
Star or chain.
You're talking about the CAN network wires or the CAN power wires?
CAN network wires.
Okay. Those tend to get, those still have Legos at the modules.
Okay.
Yep, those all still will go. I think this one started at the Canivore there, then it went to front left. You're fine. Yeah. Well, now we're upside down, dude. Go back to the other one. That was right, by the way. Yeah, so they go from the Canivore to the front left, and then it jumps to the CAN coder, then it jumps to the steering motor, then it goes to the front right, and rinse and repeat. To those 3 devices, then it goes to the back, those 3 devices. Then this one, it jumped from the back right, it went into the elevator, did all that stuff, and then came back to the back left. Yeah, there's a map of that somewhere, but.
Yeah, so it goes from this into.
Oh, yeah?
Oh.
You're upside down again.
Yeah, this side. Oh.
No.
Oh, that to this motor, to that motor, jump into, want to say, that hub?
Yep.
Into this, to go under, and go to this, then that connector, and then back up into our elevator.
Yeah. So yeah, those plenty of Legos in the CAN network, those other things. But I'd like to avoid them for sure, but I'm not doing that. Get another one back here, Joel.
I was gonna ask, have you guys ever used more than one CAN bus on a robot, or do you typically need just one singular bus?
We typically use one single bus. Last year we did 2 for one drivetrain and one everything else. But this year we did everything on the Canivore bus, other than the PDH, which had to be on the real bus.
So, yeah, 2 typically. I don't know, have you guys seen the new, the control hub, or what is it? System core.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, system core's got like 5 CAN buses on it. And I'm sitting there going, what on earth would you do with this? I guess it'd be fine. Just make 5 different buses. You can have each subsystem on its own bus.
Yeah, more buses makes it so as long as you're daisy chaining them that you don't have, if one thing gets into a gearbox, you're not taking out 6 other things later on.
Get some redundancy in there and that kind of thing. Sweet. questions. Any other questions? Anybody sitting there going, what's a CAN bus? No? Good. I think that's Dylan's way of saying, I think that's it.
Yep.
And we'll probably wrap it up.
Do you have a preference between a brain pan versus a belly pan?
A who, what now?
So what we did for $32.97, we had a belly pan on the top of ours.
You call it a brain pan. Yeah, I got it. Brains are on top, belly's on the bottom. Oh, some of us. I got you.
Wait, what?
Preference? No. This year it was super important, right? You had to have one up top because falling coral makes people cry. And yeah.
We actually had ours, all of our electrical underneath.
Oh, attached to it underneath. Yeah. Kind of wish we would have done that. Like you saw that one, we had the polycard sheet on top, and then we ended up with the RSL on there and the radio on there. And hey, let's add this on there and add this. And next thing you know, we got a umbilical cord to the belly fan, or we call it the hood. And then you take that off, and wires are getting unplugged all the time. And next thing you go to start matching. Hey, why is the RSL not working? Because somebody moved something. Yeah. Nope. Protect them expensive bits. Sweet. Next one, what's next in here? Well, here's that one over there. I'm not doing that. This one.
Well, I guess.
Joe. No, I just thought I can't understand what you're saying. I don't know where I go. Like, yes. I was curious if you guys had some. Oh, no, this.
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Joe got these on MasterCard.
That's always good.
You guys do a lot of, wiring and then going on.
No, we typically just do file wiring right away on our file bot, but we also have a program.
Yeah, to learn a lot from that. Yeah. Like, people won't be able to run any of these wires. We were looking at the tractor spot last year, that's where we figured out the elevator from the batteries. Because we had all the wires running up along the outside drive rail. And we're like, that's gonna be horrible. We can't figure it out. And then we started thinking, huh. Just wired upside down, put all the wires underneath.
One year, I don't know how it happened, we ended up putting C channels on the outside of our frame and ran all the wires outside the C channel around the outside behind the motors.
Sure.
And it actually,
That'd probably be fine.
it actually worked out much better than, it was a happy accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it made access really easy.
I don't know what, I can't remember if it wasn't, well, Annandale looked really good, and then I think it was Eden Valley. Might have been Eden Valley. Their wiring was just ridiculous. It looked so beautiful. I was so jealous. Ours was supposed to look super cool. And it did its job. It looked good. But theirs was just like, you could see it. Ours you couldn't see. We hit it. We ran it really good, but you hit it. Yeah. Sweet.
Awesome, thank you.
Not telling you. See, we talked about you guys all last round with our spuds on the robot.
It's the emergency potatoes.
Emergency potatoes. One of your guys back here, he goes, somebody asked about that. They're like, oh, how come there's a potato on the robot? And one of your kids was sitting back here, and I think that's his glove. Younger guy. And he goes, well, because you're getting power off of it, because potatoes provide power. And I go, yeah, that's absolutely right. We're back to back. Good stuff.
That's better, but still just is off. Like having something perfectly 3 times. They gave me 4. And when so you really CNC one
I can't be no
Sit in here.
The whole thing. We're like, and the year after that too. Just get.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, one has to find they're charging it, but it would still be like battery left in it. It's not like the Wi-Fi here works. Every single time you put it on sleep, yeah. Yeah, I should have just signed up for ADU Roam. Yeah, so it's like the thing that all the universities have. It's actually
yeah, we started on, but then like we started through this, we're not like 90%. Yeah. Like there's still people that have to do that.
I think they're all,
which is on the thing.
Just do it quick.
Rip the Band-Aid off.
I can teach them. I didn't make the program. Put the wood on and just hit
we don't have a CNC machine, so.
The chicken, where he going?
Stairs? I wonder if they, the only place I think they maybe is they took it down to, you have to ask something. Because if they took it, they could have taken it down to the textile shop.
Yeah.
And his garage.
Why didn't they, when they go through the yeah, I did. But here's what I would say. You don't have to. You don't have a wash bay. You don't have to. You don't repurpose something into a wash bay, unless you're turning it into an actual wash bay. Like, it's still just a workshop, though. It's not a wash bay. They didn't set it up as one. And the drain is not for that. Like, I mean, that works now, that's not gonna work in like a couple of years.
Parts that are massive.
That's still bad. Bad floor drain. I don't think you have to come to the sewer system, not to the floor drain, like, not to the sidewalk drain.
I barely had the first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But whatever. Do they really need to wash it? Actually wash it, there's all parts of it. The tracks are based on 5 to 6. Well, I know they're not. Okay, but they're not gonna wash the giant snowplows. Those don't fit. The ones that are parked. No. And so why bother washing anything else? Also, the other thing is if Earth keeps it as, oh, we'll watch vehicles in there that keep people shit on. So it works out for him. The only thing is that I don't know how they will recycle it. Like, they have to pay a lot of money.
There's a place somebody was telling me about that because owners and stuff, they're making money.
Linear guides.
I made
that was a nice machine. I mean, Axie's made good equipment. I mean, it's the cheapest of the Axie machines, but that's just because it was on a desktop side. X. Yeah, Millennium.
So it's like a thing for kids.
I wouldn't buy it.
Alright, we're gonna get started here.
Yeah, you know.
Welcome to the CNC Machining Roundtable. And so the goal of this session is I'm gonna be sharing our processes and experiences with CNC machining on 4607 and what I've experienced and what we do. And then we're gonna have some more discussion type based time to see, so we can all learn from each other and learn some new things about CNC machining. So I'm going to go through who I am a little bit, general overview of CNC machining, and then go through our process that we do, and then gonna have some more open discussion type. So I'm Zach Kinkmeyer, and I'm a senior this year, and I've been on 4607 since 2024. That was my first season as a sophomore, and so this is my third year, going to be my third year on FRC. And this year I'm the build design lead, and last year I did mostly just build and fabrication. And I also did, I was Scoutmaster 1 year, my first year, and did strategy my first year. And I'm obviously not a trained expert at CNC machining, so I don't know everything, but this is just what we do. So CNC stands for Computer Numerical Control, and a CNC machine is an automated machine that uses pre-programmed instructions to control its movements and perform tasks with high precision. So this allows them to take a 3D model design and take that and then, which is made in CAD, which is CAD, if you don't know, it stands for Computer Aided Design, and there's many different softwares, but it allows you to make 2D sketches and 3D models to make digital parts. And then through a process called CAM, which stands for Computer Aided Machining, you'll make the toolpaths and the instructions for the G-code for the CNC machine to cut out the digital part that you design. And there's lots of different CNC machines and CAM softwares and CAD softwares, and they all have different pros and cons, but they're all good for different reasons. So what we do at 4607 is we design we just started this year. We switched from SolidWorks to Onshape. So this year we're going to use Onshape. And design our parts in Onshape, then we export the file to SolidWorks, where we use SolidWorks CAM to cam our parts. And the reason why we do that is we've used SolidWorks CAM in the past because we used to use SolidWorks, so we just use SolidWorks CAM because it was convenient. But now we tried using Onshape CAM for a little bit, but since it just came out and it's still in its beta, it's a little finicky and doesn't have all the things that we would like in it. So we're not going to use it this year, but we may switch to it later on, like in a year or whatever. But so we're using SolidWorks CAM this year for our CAM software. And after we make the G-code in SolidWorks CAM, we put that file into Nextcloud, which then goes to our computer that we use for our CNC router, and we cut it on a ShopSaver Pro 404, which we've been using for the last couple of years. And for tooling, we generally have been using a 1/4" bit as our largest bit that we normally use. We use a 1/4" bit for most of the profiling and all the roughing of the holes and the perimeter. Unless obviously we use smaller bits like an 1/8" or 3/16" bit if the hole is smaller and it can't, a 1/4" bit wouldn't work. And we use a 2-flute. Our 1/4" bit that we have been using and we've had pretty good luck with is a 1/4" bit with zirconium nitride coating on it, 2-flute, and we've used various different other bits for like 3/16 and 1/8", but we just basically use whatever we end up buying, which varies sometimes depending on where we're getting it from and what Joe ends up buying. And the way we hold our parts down generally is, our router has a vacuum table, but we find that it doesn't hold it down enough for most parts because we cut out of already used sheet, so the suction isn't very great, and even if we fill up the spots that are open on the spoil board, it still doesn't hold it down perfectly. So we end up screwing our parts down onto the spoil board so that they don't lift up or move while you're cutting, which obviously ruins the precision of the part. And for the stock that we use, most of the time we just end up using 6061 aluminum is what we use most of the time. 2 years ago, in 2024, I believe we used 7075 aluminum for our shop box for extra stiffness. But for last year, I think every part on our robot was 6061 aluminum. That was made out of aluminum. And then we also use a lot of polycarb for materials that are for things that don't have to take quite as much of an impact. Or well, yeah. So lots of polycarbonate and aluminum. Oh, I forgot to say. Oh yeah. So what do you guys use for CAM softwares? Because like I said, we use SolidWorks CAM, and it's a little confusing, but what do you guys all use for CAM?
We'll like take our SolidWorks DXF, and then we'll bring it onto our. We have a program down at our router, and we use VCarve on that, and then we'll plan it out with VCarve, and then we can send it over to our CNC router, and then we can cut it out. That's how we do it. It's been working fine for us. Okay.
We use Fusion 360. The Fusion 360. Do you use it for both designing and the CAM on it?
We're switching it on to this year.
Okay. But are you still going to use Fusion 360 CAM? Fusion CAM, whatever it's called. Okay. Any other?
We use SolidCam, which is add into SolidWorks, so it's all in one. The part stays within SolidWorks. Any modifications you make from your part design, it updates your CAM automatically.
Nice.
I have a question. So you're saying your robotics team owns that equipment, or you have sponsors that'll let you export files and they'll let you use their equipment?
Well, in our high school shop has a CNC router and a CNC mill, and the way we got that is there's a referendum passed at in our town to renovate the shop and get that equipment, which was mostly championed by our robotics team, and so we don't own it, but we got a referendum passed that got a better. I don't really know the specifics of that because that was before my time, but if you are more interested in how we got that passed and stuff, you can ask Yurik or any of our mentors. So yeah. Any other comments on like CAM? And then for like feeds and speeds, we have a bunch of presets that we set up on SolidWorks CAM, which make it so that we just, whenever we have a part, we just go off of what bit we're using and if what operation we're doing, if we're doing roughing or perimeter. Anybody that doesn't know, roughing is a roughing operation is you take a profile and or the contour of that you want to cut out, and a roughing will get rid of all of the material in that contour, in that profile, where a contour mill will just go around the edge, and any material left in the middle, that just ends up popping off, or what you use contour for, you can also use that for the perimeter, and the contour will just cut out around the edge of that part of that contour. Also, does anybody in here only use manual machining? Okay.
We have a manual mill and manual lathe.
Yeah, so obviously you can't quite make as like wild of parts and stuff with manual stuff, and I know we've done, in the last couple of years, we've mostly switched to only doing CNC stuff, but
we got a new renovation to our school, like our whole school's getting renovation, and we're going to do 10-foot boxes in the next 2 years. It'll be really nice to use.
yeah, that'll be nice. It'll take a little bit to learn how to use it, but once you do, the precision of your parts will make it very nice. Just being able to make not whatever you want, but make a lot more wild shapes and stuff. Yeah, and just having that precision helps make your robots more fit to, first of all, make assembly easier, and just to make sure that everything works together nicely. Yeah, and then for zeroing, for our CNC machine, we use just XY bottom left of the part, and then for the Z0, we zero to the bottom or the top of our spoil board on our router. Which, does anybody do it different? Does anybody zero to the top of the part or
We do it to the top of the part.
top of the part? Yeah. I think we just use do the spoil board so that it's because the stock height varies, so the design doesn't accurately reflect the stock height sometimes. I don't know if it really affects you much at all.
Yeah, I don't think it.
The reason I think the way that could affect you is if you're cutting like a certain depth into the part or something, then the distance might not be exact if that mattered, but that doesn't matter very often in FRC applications, but that's where it would vary a little bit.
Yeah, now you say that, we use the spoil board when we're doing like tubes and stuff.
Oh,
we
yeah.
don't have to cut the top layer.
Yeah. Some of the file management that we do for like our CAM, all of our code for our CAM, the G code, we name it by the stock material types like aluminum and polycarbonate, and then we say how thick the stock is, like 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch is what we use mostly. And that way that just that person that's operating the CNC doesn't make a mistake with what stock they're using, so that the feeds and speeds don't end up, like if you use polycarb feeds and speeds, or a CAM file for polycarb and you may use aluminum, you might end up wrecking the bit. So we like to say the stock and the thickness, or the stock type and the thickness of the stock when in our file, so that that doesn't end up getting messed up by the operator. Yeah, so does anybody have any other ways you do file management or best practices for like files or like anything like that to help keep errors from happening?
I would say if you're working on one part, but you gotta like flip it over, you might have the same part name in there. Make sure you have like operation 1 and operation 2 in your name as well.
Yeah. And what we do for 2x1 is we have a tube jig on our router that we use, and then we create a folder for the tube part, and we put the length of the tube stock that we're going to be using. We put the length on the file name, and then so we'll have the tube name or the part we're creating as a folder, and then inside the folder we'll have side 0, side 1, side 2, and side 3. And the reason we name it that, and then side 0 is the 1-inch side, and then you rotate it clockwise to side 1, and then side 2, side 3, just rotating clockwise 90 degrees every time. And the reason that we name it that way is just because of the way SolidWorks names its configurations when you do SolidWorks CAM configurations to make the CAM files for the different sides. That's just the way we name it. But so that's the way we do 2x1 is we create a folder, and then in that folder do side 0, side 1, side 2, side 3. So I don't know how anybody else does like file names for 2x1 or whatever, but that's how we do it. So for machinery, we have a Shop Saver Pro 404, which you use with a tool changer and around a 4x. It's slightly bigger than 4x4 bed, and it has a vacuum bed, which is nice, but we still have to screw stuff down. That's what we have. That we use the router mostly, but for some parts we end up using our mill. We have a manual mill, but we also have a CNC mill, which we have been using more recently, a Tormach 1100 MX. And we've been using that more recent, like the past year or two. Before that, we didn't use it almost ever, but we always just manually milled everything. But when we're like milling the 2x1 to length, we'll use the mill. And we don't run any CAM programs, we just use the CNC mill basically as a manual mill. But we use that for if we have to like cut 2x1 to length to make it the right length, or if we're cutting 2x1, like if we want to cut or like round the entire end of a 2x1 tube off, we'll use the mill, but pretty much everything else we'll use the router for. And so what type of machinery do you guys have and use in your experience with it? Anybody? Yeah.
So the school doesn't own this equipment. I have a machine shop as a mentor for the kids to use, so they have access to a Haas VF2SS with fourth axis and a Doosan linked turning center up to 14 inches wide, 17 inches long, laser marker, and a coordinate measuring machine to measure their parts. So they get to experience the whole industrial gamut when they come in. Depending on the year, some years the kids will run the equipment, and some years we're too crunched for time where they don't get to run it. They do get to see it happen.
Yeah. We machine most of our parts in-house, but we, like our tube on a robot last year and tube on a robot the year before, 2024 robot, we ended up sending to our sponsors to machine, and so we do have them machine some of our parts, but most of it we do in-house, which we're lucky to have machinery for that.
We have a shop saver CNC router. I can't remember which model it is, but we have 4x8 bed and then it's the vacuum bed on it. We use tape around the edges of like if you're using like polycarb or whatever aluminum, we tape down the edges on the side and that holds it pretty nice. We got our router donated to our team by Traction. I work there, that's what they use. They do foam floors, they tape it all down and it stays nice for us. Or else we just have manual mill, or else we have a shop saver CNC plasma cutter. That's our schools and they let us use that, but we rarely use that because that's mostly for steel. I know you can cut aluminum out, but our router just cuts it out way nicer.
Yeah. Plasma cutters they're useful, especially for like thick steel, or just cutting any steel in a big sheet form, but in complex shapes. Because generally you don't want to cut steel on a router. That's a pretty bad idea.
Yeah.
You have, yeah, ours is a 4x4, which it works for pretty much everything FRC applications. You just can't fit a 4x8 sheet on it, but that's fine. Just cut in half. Any other people willing to share?
We used a shop saver for a while. Last year and before that, we got it in 2023. But then just this year, we got access to a big Perco machine with an automatic tool changer, which we're still figuring out how to run. But like I said, if anyone knows how to run those, if you want to come over for an evening, we'll give you some snacks.
Our shop saver has an automatic tool changer. It's very nice. Manually changing tools is quite a pain. But yeah, so I know how to do that too. It's funny. Kind of. Anybody else want to share what they have for machinery? Okay. Channel walks. So tooling, as I said before, we generally use a 2 1/4-inch end mill for most of our parts we cut, and it's got a higher helix angle for cutting aluminum. It's designed for cutting aluminum. It's a Speed Tiger bit. They were pretty cheap, I think. I don't remember, but it's carbide. We use, for all of our end mills, we use carbide, which I don't know, does anybody not use carbide end mills? Okay, I didn't know. But yeah, and it has zirconium nitrate coating, which helps the aluminum to dispense the heat and evacuate the chips more. But we also use some uncoated end mills, like I think our 1/8" end mill that we're currently using. It's a 1 fluke 1/8" end mill, and it's uncoated, and we've had pretty good luck with it. The 1 fluke really helps with chip evacuation, which if there's not good chip evacuation, the chips can build up and clog your bit, or gum up your bit, which is very bad. Creates a lot of heat and can ruin the bit, the tooling. And then for the 3/16" end mill, right now we're using a 3 fluke. I think it's the fast cutting aluminum end mill off of McMaster car, and it's been working. But we use the same bits for aluminum and polycarb, just run it a little faster on polycarb. Yeah, so what do you guys all use for your tooling, if you know? How many of you guys are actually like experienced on cutting parts on a CNC machine? Okay, so lots of new people in here, it looks like. So basically, with the more flutes that you have, it can create a smoother finish on your parts, but it has less chip evacuation, which makes it so that, especially on softer materials, it can create a lot of heat and gum up the part. And when you're running more flutes, you need less RPMs. When on your tooling, when you have more flutes, you run your spindle at less RPMs, so that there's still the same amount of chip per tooth, or what's that called?
Chip load.
Chip load, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So that each flute is still cutting like the similar amount of material. So obviously, more cutting edges, you need less RPMs to cut the same amount of material with each pass. Then generally with cutting aluminum and plastics, you only want to go to like 1 to 3 flute in like slotting and grouting. But because more than that, with aluminum's just as polycarb are pretty soft, so they end up gumming up and not cutting as nice with more flutes. But a lot of times, if you're cutting like steel and harder materials, you'll see bigger end mills with 4, 6, or like 6 flutes, and a lot more flutes. But with aluminum and polycarb, you generally want to keep to like 1 to 3. And a lot of times with like 1 flutes, they can end up breaking easily if you don't use them right. But they are better at cutting down, or like cutting down into the part. But with more flutes, they're less good for that, and better for side milling. And coatings generally help to reduce wear on your tooling most of the time, but there's also other specialized coatings to dispel heat and be more have a lower coefficient of friction so that they don't gum up as easily and produce less heat. And for us, when we cut aluminum, we use coolant almost always. Just mist coolant on a router. And it's actually in a Mountain Dew bottle that's zip tied to our router. Very great coolant system we got. But we just use mist coolant mixed and it's mixed like 50-50 with water, whatever coolant we buy. And that helps, obviously, to dispel the heat. But we found that if you, on the router, if you put too much coolant, or if the coolant leaks onto the spoil board, the board really likes to absorb moisture, and that can cause damage to your spoil board, which you might have to reface it to make it level, because it can bulge up from the moisture. So you don't really want your coolant getting very much on your spoil board if you're using a router. If you're using router. And then for polycarb, we don't use coolant. So I don't know if anybody has anything to add to tooling or coolant, what you guys do.
One of the things, the tooling, you mentioned the 1 to 3 flutes, the flutes or whatever. One thing, as you get into it, I don't know how much it matters on your routers, but these guys need to see a machine center over here. In aluminum, 3 flutes versus 2 flutes, using odd numbers breaks up your harmonics. So if you have a lot of parts where you have a lot of vibration, your finish looks like it's jumping down the side, because your flutes are opposing each other, so it's bouncing back and forth. By going to a 3 flute, that 3rd flute breaks up that harmonic and will pretty much get rid of it. So aluminum 3 flutes is probably the best choice in most cases. Your coolant you're talking about, I don't know how it would work on yours with the spoil board, but instead of using a water base, a lot of companies now sell a vegetable oil base. It's really fine, so you don't need much of it, but it keeps the tool loose so that it won't stick to it. So just a couple of things with your routers to look into, that if you're struggling with coolants, that would be something to look into. And then your cutters, like you said, 1 flute for your plastics, 3 flutes for aluminum is pretty much standard in the industry.
Yeah. Anything else on tooling or coolant?
My high school is not lucky enough to have a shop saver. I wish they did, but I went to St. Thomas and we had a shop saver, and so I helped set it up and run it. One thing that helps a lot is keeping air on your part. So if it's not your machine, it's the school's machine, whatever, keeping an air gun on that nozzle or on your spindle so you can blow off and get those chip evacuations, because if you don't want to ruin your spoil board or get coolant on it and it's not your machine, that helps a lot to just be any chip evacuation, because the second you get chip buildup on any end mill for aluminum, you're going to start getting some friction welding, and it doesn't work out well. So coolant's not an option. Air is always a great option to have a nice solid jet right at that cutting end mill.
Yeah, I know some. Does Victoria just do it?
We just use air.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The air cooling can definitely help into the chip evacuation. Can help a lot, and not ruin your spoil board. Which I don't know if we've ever really tried, but maybe we should try that. Yeah. And then with stock, we found that it's 50-52 aluminum really likes to gum up. We've cut out a few parts out of 50-52, and it's just very annoying because you have to run it slow and have a lot of coolant, otherwise it just gums up. So we use 60-61 most of the time, and I've never machined 70-75, but I don't know. So with 60-61 machines pretty nicely. And polycarb machines pretty nice, quite nicely. Haven't really had any problems with it other than it trying to grab and lift up on the while cutting on it. So just make sure it's securely held down by tape or screwed down to your spoil board if you do that. Yeah. So what did you guys use for stock? I'm guessing mostly 60-61, but anything to say about stock? And then we talked about this a little bit before, but we just screw down after we'll screw down depending on what it is, we'll screw down the stock before we cut in a place where it's not cutting, and then once all the holes are drilled and before we do the perimeter, we'll stop it and screw it down. Screw the part down, especially if it's a small part, make sure to screw it down before we cut the perimeter. And we already kind of talked about this, but you guys said you could tape.
Yeah. The tape works nice, and then, like I said, Off Traction, they're a professional company. They use it. It works for them. It's been working for us, and then we don't have to really screw down into our spoil board at all. And we haven't had much problems with our material shifting. If it does, it's when we have lots of holes in our board, and even or in our material, and even if it does, then you just cover it with tape, and then the suction board will just suck the tape down and keep that traction, or keep it from shifting, I guess.
Okay. So any questions or other topics you want to discuss? Or if you have any other questions, you can ask me. Oh.
I heard you guys mentioned a spoil board. I don't know what a spoil board is.
It's a board that I don't know what material it is, but
It's engineered wood.
It's usually MDF, so it's a wood product that's glued together fibers, but it's sacrificial, so that's why it's like food spoils, so you can cut into it.
yeah. Because when you cut into a part, sometimes you'll end up cutting into the spoil board a little bit, and you don't care about it very much, so. Or it's not detrimental if you cut into it, so it's just gonna. Yeah, that's what a spoil board is.
How do you guys zero your parts on when you're doing 2x1? Which that we have like whatever the aluminum part holder for 2x1. How do you zero that? Because I know we just go and zero it on the sides of the part with our bit, and that's how we do it. I don't know if you guys do it a different way.
So we have a rigid 2x1 jig that we have on our router table, and what we do is we just have a preset on our router, a preset position called our jig home or something, and it's so it knows exactly where the XY zero is on that tube jig, so we just put it there, and then for the XY zero, and then the Z zero we just Z to the auto Z zero to the bottom of the jig.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions?
So, my welding / machine tool teacher, he said that it's like, what's your name?
Mike.
Like Mike said, it could be vegetable oil or water. Could it also be milk? Is that either he joked about water and milk mixture, or?
I think it could, anything, basically you're just trying to get chips away, so like the vegetable oil is pushed with air, so it's using air with a very fine mist of oil, so the oil is what causes the things not to stick to the tool. But like you said, the air is the important part, because the air is what's pushing, the chips sit there and it recuts them or gulls on them, you want them gone, so. Yeah, you could use milk, I don't know if you'd want to, but you could.
Doesn't smell great.
Yeah. No, it doesn't body good, but
It
I
probably
have
would smell good and leave a residue, but you could use it. Any other questions? Okay, well, thanks for coming to my presentation, and hopefully you have a good time at Jumpstart SCSU. And if you have any other questions, I'll be up here.
You ordered something. There's 2 full like barrels in there of cooling.
3.
So there's still 15 minutes left in the session. Have you seen our robots?
Yeah. I don't know why they look so shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you were teaching with this shop, it was right there, we're open to mind.
Yeah.
But what you were saying, it did very well. How things work, and you have to be doing this, and what you want to do.
Get the bread out, and it's a really
Stephen Robinson.
Right, that was good. Yeah, this is what I've gathered in the last 2 years or whatever at FRC.
No, that's good. It's a good thing. It's important, because most people don't get to see it.
Yeah.
And I went through all my high school, and never saw this stuff, and until I was 18 years old, and, back when I was in high school, the medical insurance stopped me to go to college. So I worked all summer for my dad doing lawn care and landscaping. November came, and the insurance company goes, well, you didn't go to college, so no more insurance for you. You can't find a job. So I walked into a machine shop, never seen one before as an operator, and loved it. I wish they'd had it at school. I probably went to school for it. So
Yeah,
it's good to see that you guys did something at your school. We don't have that.
Yeah. So I don't really know how we got the referendum passed, but it's
Because Alex.
Yeah,
Alex,
yeah. Yeah,
you guys are going to end up with a full machine shop, full practice field, your own STEM building someday. Alex will find a way.
Yeah.
It's coming. 5 to 10 years.
One you won't have to share with the furniture.
Yeah, one that's yours all the time. I tell you, you did a great job on yours too, when you talk to us. You did a really good job explaining.
You want to come record sometime?
I'm going to. James just gotta let me know when.
Okay, I'll talk to
Come
him.
take a look at it. I've been waiting for him. We've talked about 3D indicator this week for doing your touch-offs and stuff.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you're not probing, so you can use an edge finder, you can use indicator, but they sell these 3D indicators where they got 2 dials on them, so you bring it down to the side of your part, and your X, and you wheel it over till both dials hit 0.
Oh.
That's the center of your spindle, set 0. Do it for X, and then in Z, it's like a normal indicator where you can measure from where you touched off your tools to your part and set your G54s. Super simple. You guys will pick it up really quick. So they cost about $350. It's basically poor man's probing. It's like having a CNC probe. It's so nice.
Yeah, we were trying to get that guy before kickoff.
Yeah.
Just around the corner of Christmas and stuff.
Tell him to call me. We're doing
I will.
practices Tuesdays and Thursdays right now, and I do have some free time. If he says he
Okay,
wants to
I'll
come,
get him
I'll
on.
come take a peek. I'm sure we could. I've never run the Herco, but if you run a CNC machine and it runs an XY code, G code,
Yep.
you'll figure it out. It's not that hard. They're all so similar. They might have their little nuances, but I can't imagine that that's too much different than anything else. You run a Herco before?
We run Fargo. I train mostly like
Yeah.
Siemens with the, well, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of Siemens. I've not run it myself, but I've heard. But yeah, Fanuc, and I've got a Haas and a Fanuc.
The Siemens was the only one that was much different, and I think that was because they had custom cycles.
Well, did you leave the,
5 head drilling and
Yeah.
stuff. So like instead of a G81, it was cycle 881.
That's what's Fanuc too. We got one where I used to work. They had a horizontal. We had 4 horizontals in there. They all had, I remember what they're like, the 30i control on them. Every freaking machine was different because they were all bought used, and each individual first buyer, because they're so, you can go into the ladder logic and change everything. Only thing that was the same was tool change and spindle start. Every other machine had different G codes and M codes custom for all the other features. So try and run that shop.
Do that.
They're the exact same control. Why aren't they all the same? I told the guys that are up there, I still go help once, and I said, trade them all in for Haas machines. They have the same control. You have easy work, easy maintenance, and all your guys will run the same machine all the time. No matter what the 4 machines are on, it's the same. Right now, you have to memorize all the different codes for different machines. And there's 4 different ones in the same shop. Why they did that, I don't know. But I'm guessing your Herco, it's either going to be conversational, which we'll get through, or it's going to be G and M code simple. We'll have a post for it and go to town.
Okay.
If you get your post done, it's easy.
How old is the machine?
Oh, 6 years, something
Yeah.
like that. It's a newer.
You won't have any issues getting
No.
posts for that or anything.
Trying to think, has that got the Heidenhain? What control is on that? It's a Windows based. I know it's a Windows based controller, but that a lot of times that can be found too in there. So.
We gotta put new coolant in it as well.
Oh, your coolant is rancid. That's got to go. We looked at that
Yeah,
at your
we're-
open house. and went, do not cycle that. That's got so much bacteria.
Bacteria's like,
in it.
oh yeah, so there's one big changing.
Yep, and then I said whatever cam you want to use, if you're going to stick with what you have been using, or if you want to learn something new, we'll get you through that too. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to Jay.
yeah, just tell him. He's got my card. He texted me this week about the 3D indicator. I said, you guys can let me know when.
Yeah.
So we can come up one night, take a look at it and get you going. Get your machine in those fishing jig molds you want, right?
Yeah.
Practice to start before you get going.
Good, so you get some things.
Full
really
3D
cut out
surface.
right away. That sucks.
We
You
won't
get
go
all
into
done.
just
What
X,
do you do?
Y. We'll go.
I don't know, we didn't even get this
usually.
far, right?
So, does your school then have like a good machine shop?
We got nothing. We have a broken drill press and a broken bandsaw. That's why they come to my shop. I bring them up to there.
Step one, fix them.
Yeah. Every time we fix them, someone else breaks them before we
Right.
use them again.
Right, yeah. We're tough to buy our own blades, we can put our own blade and.
See, the previous coach bought our own bandsaw and our own mill, but it's just it's a manual mill and it's tiny. And
Right.
try to run a half-inch in, they'll just do it a facing cut at $20 instead of
You're trying to hold it back.
Yeah. This is a bit,
Yeah.
this is ridiculous.
Well,
Let's
and
take
it's
it.
got all these safety features because it's new, and so
Yeah,
all
it's-
of the things are sprung, right? All the
Yeah, like, boom.
and it pops out, and but they're sprung, but it also sits out where they turn the air conditioning off in the summer, so they're sprung and rusty.
Yeah.
But they won't rust in; they rust out.
Obviously, you
Yeah.
want them to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
I
so
tried
basically,
to ask the school, I said, you know, said we could really benefit from the safety mill. Is there any way that, is there any budget that could possibly put towards this? And the answer is basically, well, we have no interest in it, we have no program for it, so,
Yep,
no,
same
we
thing
have
we
no
get.
interest in it. And
So
nor
they
does it
used
look
to.
like we will.
They used
Every
to have.
school used to.
Well, no, they used to have a CNC mill, but the problem was they buy a new one every like 10 years because Olson would. It was just supposed to be a demo mill that they had.
The hard part
Olson
with
would let
CNC mill,
everyone.
You work in the shop. Kids in CNC mills don't always mix.
No, they never-
Especially the wrong one. That's why.
I don't think they
You
ever.
don't put a $80,000 motor. You go buy a $15,000 Haas used that would blow up a spindle at $6,000 to replace, not $60,000.
They didn't even put those in there. They were way cheaper than that. Well, they would always buy them like cheap, like demonstration. They're only supposed to be run like once a year. Yeah, things like that. And then ultimately, like, it was run over and over and over and over. Like,
I was like, huh, I gotta use this model, let me figure out how this works. I did do that last night, I said, why did I don't know, why didn't you?